because of course the pit lanes, the pit stops are going to be coming pretty soon, I think. With Cardinal having about 20 more seconds, 20 more minutes, I should say. I am looking at a number on my stint timer currently. That doesn't seem real. I'm going to quickly confirm that is indeed not real. That's the 137 car that appears to have a stint timer, according to my software, of 1 hour 37, and that's indeed not real because they stopped about 4 laps ago. So that's just the number that I had to quickly check. That seemed a bit too much for someone to not get penalized by. But yeah, of course, big gaps between everyone else. No real changes there. And of course, Iverson having a almost 3-minute gap in front of him. It has come down a little bit by about 7 seconds for the past few laps, but that's also because Cardinal just slowing down a bit. Like I said on the previous lap, an 11.8 for Iverson. It's going to go on the back straight now to maybe get an even faster time. He has been cutting down the gap to the front a little bit, also to the leader. It's about a few seconds, so I'm imagining it's going to be around an 8-minute 12 or an 8-minute 13 from the looks of it. Small mistake on the final section, on the final 3 corners. When we crossing the line, it's going to be an 8.13 indeed. 8.12.2 actually, even, so it's a bit quicker than the guys in front, but it's going to be even more quicker if he wants to catch the leaders.
Yeah, I'll look at the delta of these guys. Sebastian's 5 points up in the delta, and I'll put his times into the low 15s again. But currently Cardinal is equal with his time, and his last time was a 16.5, so he seems to be losing a lot of time. And maybe in the next pit stops, we need to pull out the wild card of Baumann.
I really hope, because Baumann sounded very happy with his stints and very appreciative as well of the team. And you know, he was one of the wet drivers that I expected to come out as soon as the rain hit, but unfortunately not the case for the 258 car. But they've been relying on Cardinal a bit as well as Zambedri, so that's also not a bad duo of drivers to give the car to. And I feel like Baumann did deserve a little bit of rest. I don't know what happened throughout the night, who drove throughout the night stints. There were some drivers that I haven't even seen yet from the top 2 teams. I don't think I've seen
Está grande e engraçado, duas voltas ao pescoço.
I haven't seen Jones at all. I haven't seen Solon a lot either from the 697 car. And Passoni and Pisano haven't really made that much of an appearance as well. So those must be the night drivers for these cars, for these teams. They might have just given the car to them during the night, and then during the day it's back to your normal schedule. These final hours are always a wild card because everyone is awake for the ending of the race. And it's just excitement to see where you are going to finish, and you don't want to go to sleep for that. There's enough time in the day left after the finish to go to bed, to stay awake a little bit longer and celebrate. But, everyone should be awake now and ready to go into the car. So the final 2 stints are going to be a wild card.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm looking forward to going to sleep after this race, that's for sure.
Sim, já tive que pôr aqui o ar-condicionado de pescoço.
Yeah, I mean, I love it too, but I still have a broadcast tonight, so I can't really go to bed just yet.
It's going to be quite interesting, I think, to see. So the gap now on 11 seconds, so maybe the 258 car will be needing maybe a new set of tyres, fresh driver, and all the best, I guess. But yeah, like I said, I really want a SimRC car, SimRC driver, sorry, in the comms box, because I would like to see what their thoughts are on what's up ahead.
I don't think there's any outstanding penalties currently. I mean, penalties are never outstanding, but there aren't any open penalties for anyone on the grid. So gaps that we're seeing right now are the net gaps that we're going to see towards the end of the race, and also after the pit stops. Everyone has the same amount of pits.
Estás a ouvir, Décio?
Has found the gas pedal.
Queres que eu baixe?
Driving away, these dry conditions really suiting him.
Eu
258 car just lacking a bit of pace.
Eu posso baixar bocadinho.
Down the grid, we do see the 404 car just put in an 8-minute 12.3.
Okay.
The 176 car, the second SimRC car,
ainda bem.
a second and a half quicker than the leading car. So Dubs really reading that one in with an 8.14.1 and gaining some time up ahead, but still 5 minutes ahead. It's really difficult to catch up.
Como eu vos diz, isso é que é verdade.
Sister car of the other SimRC car.
Ih, está a
In the
55
scene
segundos do
as
oitavo.
well from
Eita.
Nico as well, and been doing some absolutely fantastic pace come the night as well.
Oitavo não é um Bentley,
do not
ou é?
count out the
É.
SimRC car.
Eita, o Beamer já passou.
Fast from the top guys. So
Beamer já o passou
it's really
então.
good to see.
Ok.
Also, an interesting,
Yeah.
interesting little note is that there's only 4 cars on the lead lap. It says Hender in the 76 Aston Martin, Cardinal in the 258 Porsche, Iverson in the 697 Ford, and Gamov in the 137 McLaren. Those are all on the lead lap, and I believe everyone behind that is not. So the 206 car. No, wait, the 206 car is as well. So the Zanko, that's the top 5 is currently behind. On the lead lap, 206 BMW. So 5 cars on the lead lap. Everyone else is currently behind. So I'm looking at that. Actually, I have to retract that statement. I don't think Zanko is on the lead lap, because no, he's not. He's definitely not. There's top 4 cars. That's what I meant. That's what I said in the beginning. I have to trust my instinct. It's 4 cars on the lead lap currently, as then there's going to start lap 155.
150 laps. I mean, I can barely do.
Eu estava a fazer
without making
pisca.
mistakes, but we have seen, of course,
O gajo é foda.
mistakes made for pretty much every single car left in this race. But nonetheless, I mean, the guys at the top, minimal. So.
And there's going to be a question being asked in the race chat is if they rejoin the race after not having driven for about 5 hours, would they still be eligible for the last place prize?
Aquele lá à minha frente, que assim eu tenho mais pica.
No, because the last place prize encourages people to drive the last bits of at least to the last bits of the race. So I'm sure there should be a certain percentage limit in terms of you have to drive this percentage of laps compared to the leaders.
Provavelmente eu vou fazer o gajo ter que conhecer a passagem.
The
Quer ver?
74 cars currently in the pits after having stopped for about a minute, just got released, and is currently on lap 134. So that's about 21 laps behind the lead. Meanwhile, the Lexus in last place is 78, is about 50 laps behind the lead, and everyone else from 35 onwards
Vão ganhar as meias.
12 laps behind. So it doesn't sound like that much in terms of laps. That's why I was so confused. But 8 minutes per lap, make that 12 laps. That's going to be about 100 minutes over 1.5 hours, basically a deficit from P1 down to P30, 35. So that's a big number.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, starting to spread out a bit, and these gaps now we start to see like 6 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes in between some of these drivers at the moment. But and most of the close cars we're seeing are just lapping each other, unlapping each other. So yeah, it's definitely come out the final 2 hours spread out. And like I mentioned before, one of our closest battles at the moment is for the lead of the race. But there is, I believe, actually, the number 18 Porsche chasing after Mazzini in number 7 BMW then. Gap sitting around 7.4 seconds. It's a little way until he catches up, but still in the pole on the chance.
Yeah, we did say that the battle for the lead was the only one within 10 seconds, and that was only a lap ago or so. So the fact that the Kuzela caught up to Massini in that time is really good. Because the 456 car of Tim Edens, the BMW, currently in 20th place, dropped down after a pit stop, will be on their penultimate stint, so 2 more to go. From the looks of it, from the time, and they are currently only 10 seconds behind the number 40 BMW. Currently sitting in P19, so that's also a fight that might emerge somewhere soon. And then there's also a fight for P33, the 313 car, about 12 seconds behind the 626 car that we've talked with, the terminal understeer driving team in P33 currently. It's being chased down, so it's also going to be a few exciting moments. And everywhere else on the grid, gaps are a little bit bigger.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, this battle at the front then is going to be the one that everyone is excited for. I'd like to imagine that obviously some of these guys in the teams will be really encouraging their drivers to push on forward. Obviously, the SimRC guys to push a little bit harder to bridge the gap, and obviously the Reparto Corsa guys to encourage Cardinal to keep pushing on and close that gap.
At these stages of the race can be very demoralizing, especially knowing that you don't
Vou
have
fazer mais esta
realistically
volta
you
e mais
don't have a
duas.
chance to catch the guys up front, but also you don't have a chance of getting overtaken from behind. So there's not really that big of a stress for you as a driver, but it's still a long way to go before you reach the end of the race. So that's the part that can be really demoralizing, because you have to keep going, you have to continue, and there's no way you can stop now. And, well, the only thing you really want to do is give away the car to the next driver, saying, here, you go finish the race. We know our finishing position. Realistically, we don't have anywhere else to go. We kind of have to keep driving. That's what I think is going to be bad for some of these drivers, especially like P4. 137 cars got massive gaps in front and behind. Same for Zanko on the 206 car and P5. Almost a lap in front and almost a lap behind. There's relatively no way to get out of there, either in front or behind. But they still have to finish their race, or else they are going to get overtaken. So it's a bit of a conundrum.
Yeah, definitely. You actually saw Loris there in the 24 McLaren having a little bit of a spin. Haven't seen much of this McLaren at all, but still running relatively well in P27. So doing okay, but that is not the correct angle of that wing. You can see how much he's struggling with it. That wow, I don't know if you can see that wing, but that is not straight whatsoever. It is slanted, and obviously it's sliding everywhere, and that's because the aerodynamic of that McLaren has now pretty much gone to zero. As some would say, Adrian Newey would not have approved that design.
I think he's going to be crying in his sleep once he sees that, but I don't think that's the intentional way of the car. So he's going to be repairing that one in his brain, most likely, as there's just going on through and lapping themselves. But yeah, this car definitely one
Não
broken
percebi nada do que
car.
acontecesse, Afonso. Faz favor,
I'm
fala
also wondering,
devagar e nítido.
maybe the 258 is also broken.
Anda,
I don't
diz,
think it
como é que
is,
foi?
but it's looking dirty, if anything. But the times aren't it. They're a little bit slower
Mas
than
o
the
quê?
guys that are in front. The gaps it's just increasing. It's either hoping for Zehentner to make a mistake before them and
Ouve,
just,
então vai
keeping
para
their
o
energy
teu
low
quarto, o que é que queres
and
fazer?
driving safely, or there really isn't that much space anymore for these guys in the car.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just it's just really interesting to see how these guys attack this final 2 hours now, as the gap. Well, I don't know. This race seemed to, and obviously, like I said, in the final couple of hours, it seems to have dropped quite massively. But with gaps not getting all too close, but Warner relatively close to the back of Dubs. Then Dubs did have a pit stop last time round. But again, that's actually another pit stop for the other SimRC car. So I don't know if they've got issues, because they've been relatively close to each other, those pit stops.
Yeah, I mean, there might just be strategy calls, because there's only 2 hours and 10 minutes remaining. That's about 2 stints. It can't be fit into one, but as soon as we hit the 1 hour and 10 minutes mark, which is about 70 minutes, that's their final stint, and everyone can go finish their race. Currently getting close to that 2 hour mark, and yeah, it's the closing stages of the race, and it's still fighting for some of these drivers. Dubs now as well, looking behind him with Warner only 2 seconds behind him. Warner still has to box within the next 20 minutes. Going to be pushing this stint for as long as he can to get the last 30 minutes out or last 30 or 40 minutes in the final hour, in the final stint, and finish the race with an advantage, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what we're trying to do at the moment. The 2 hours now, so obviously due to the stint timer, no one will be finishing the race in the final 2 hours. Some of these drivers
Quanto tempo é que estamos do oitavo?
for the last couple of stints. I mean, there's only roughly 2 or 3 for some people, depending on their stint timer. Of course, but yeah, 2 or 3 stints left in this race.
And no one's on any penalties, like I said before. Everyone's being clear of their penalties, either they've served them or not. As I say that, it is Sheriff that has currently got a drive-through penalty. That's the 626 car, and we actually spoke with Sheriff, currently down in P34, and they've got another drive-through penalty. They do have a gap of about 6 minutes
Sério?
and 3 laps
Yeah,
behind
that
them.
was
So there's no way for them to lose any more positions from that drive-through. But there's only a minute ahead of them is the next car, the 313. That's still it's about on the same strategy. So on pace, maybe
Olha lá,
and,
nesta
keeping it
corrida no
clean,
total
they
temos
could have
11
been able
segundos de
to
damage.
get the overtake done. But
Aliás, 20 e
there's
tal
no way for them
segundos
now,
de
and they are going to be serving
total.
that drive-through penalty maybe on the next time around. As we do
No
see the
total,
two leading cars
Se o
go
outro
into
artista
the pit
não fosse
lane.
mentiroso, cata do
Zehender is
caralho.
in and Cardinal is in too. So Zehender a bit too early for his liking. Cardinal, or that's planned of course. Cardinal now in exactly on time. And there is now a change for the lead of the race for the first time in a very, very long time. But it's in the pits, and Zehender will come out in front, or at least the 76 car will come out in front after they've completed their stop. About 5 seconds remaining, a little bit longer now for their pit stop. And they're gonna see who takes the car for the final 2 hours, or at least for the next hour, as the pit stop is over and is rode back into the car as he overtakes Cardinal back again for the lead. It's a 258 car is still stuck in the car in the stationary bit in the pits. Gonna see who takes over that car, and Zempedri back in. So 2 new drivers for the 2 lead cars. The gap still just over a second as they exit the pit lane, or at least probably over a second, I'd imagine. Drop down a tiny bit. Over 10 seconds, I mean, not 1 second. Holy, that would be very, very close. Just over 9 seconds for the 258 car, and Zempedri now setting the chase and road. Gonna finish what he started.
Yeah, exactly. Also, both these teams put in some of their fastest drivers now. I wonder though if we will see a return of Baumann in the final hour or not. After starting this race, and maybe finishing it, but like I said, Lucas Road started this race. Has done absolutely brilliantly. Had a fantastic first stint, got himself up into P1 within the first couple of hours, and just pretty much led the race from there, of course, until the last stint where he handed it to his teammate.
Ainda não vejo o oitavo no grid, onde é que anda o Cabral?
To finish this race for SimHaven.
And he did gain the lead of the race by staying clean and letting the lead of the race. That was a Jansemis, I believe, in the 697 car, making a mistake. So he just left the car in front to make a mistake. He kept it clean, and that allowed him to gain something. As we do see Dubs going over the grass, and that's Warner going through for P6. And Dubs right before the second carousel, hitting a bit of that grass. We can see in the replay here, the 176 car making a small mistake, maybe touching a bit too much of that curb, going over the sand into the grass, stopping a little bit of the barrier, and that's Warner going right on through in the 404 car, getting that position and up to P6. And it's now up to Dubs to chase this all down, but according to the pit stop calls that we saw before, they might both go into the box as well, as you saw the top 2 runners do. And Warner might want to solidify that place by trying an undercut. And Dubs can only respond by going in the box as well, but he should have some damage to repair. So we're going to see how that one pans out.
Yeah, I mean, that was super unfortunate. I mean, plenty of us have done that many a time. But yeah, I mean, super unfortunate, but again, not too much loss. I mean, they're only a second behind, like you said, both of them coming into the box most likely. So they'll be pretty much reset again, but there's a blue flag off into the grass just behind them. Not particularly sure what is going on there, but nothing too serious. But yeah, so no, Dubs stays out. Warner does come in. So Warner looking for the undercut, which you would imagine. Warner will come out in front once eventually Dubs pits.
Yeah, so Dubs not covering that one off and might want to look for an advantage in terms of pace for that final stint. So that might be a strategy to pit 1 lap later now, and then have a little bit of a small advantage in terms of relation to Warner for the next stint, and then pit 1 lap later again for the next one. So 2 laps in total. So about 15 minutes of an advantage in terms of and cleaner tires, as you're going to be running the same amount of fuel in the end to go towards the end of the race. So you'll have a bit of an advantage if you're Dubs right now to stay out towards the later bits, but Warner with that undercut might have a small advantage now, and it all depends on the pit stop as well. Maybe Dubs is thinking, I need that advantage later on in the race. I've hit the barrier now, the car is damaged, and I can't relatively go for a similar pit stop length. Now I have to do something on strategy. Maybe SimRC. They've got some smart brains in there. Definitely thinking about that one, calling that one quickly.
Não está no grid certo.
We actually do see one, and then leaving the pit lane then. currently 1 minute
Ou seja, o grid disto é relativo, não é?
behind Dubs then.
Tá bem, mas isto
For us to see how they go on as they start the lap, but for now I think we can go
Exatamente,
on
a
a quick
posição na
ad break
pista.
and we'll be back very shortly when hopefully the action has.
76 segundos do Gamão. No outro deveríamos ter para aí 80 segundos, ou para aí 90 segundos.
Foda-se.
Mas puxa. Dá tudo certo.
Já não está muito favorável.
Mas eu estou cansado.
Yeah. E supera aquela mudança de temperatura?
Mas já vi, já não dá para ver comparações do período de corrida com o do iRacing.
Claro, meu. Porque o iRacing é o que tem a condição melhor, mano. Foda-se.
Tá fudido.
Meu, é o seguinte, eu para a ACC, para vir aqui jogar com a malta, fazer estas corridas, eu vou continuar. Mas para jogar sozinho, eu vou para a iRacing, meu. O que é que se foda? Pá, posso gastar o dinheiro. Portanto, não faz sentido eu estar num jogo só porque outras pessoas não podem ou não querem pagar, não sei. Eu para correr em equipa, eu venho aqui com a malta, como estou a fazer. Mas para jogar sozinho, pode ser outra experiência muito melhor. Devias de ir para lá também, Alterna.
Era.
Welcome back everyone.
O Nuno Jorge está aí dizer.
Não sei, mas
But then the gap at the moment then between Zambridi and Rogue, 9.3 seconds. So it's come down a little bit, but not by much.
Yeah, they both have had their in laps on the previous lap. This is currently their out lap. The 258 car has been chasing this 76 car for the past few hours
vai ser
already.
mesmo à conta, tenho 17 litros.
Losing the lead due to an unfortunate blue flags incident. From what I heard, I wasn't here. I didn't know. On the previous timing line, the gap was 8.7 seconds. So that's about as close as they are getting so far. The gap was a little bit.
Já não tão bom, já não dá para fazer 8 minutos e 12.
A little bit smaller earlier on, but stuff happens, pace changes. Now there's two clean, fresh drivers in the car, Road in the 76 and Zempedri in the 258 car. So it's going to be a clean fight, hopefully, and, new energy to go into the race.
Yeah, definitely. Some of these drivers, obviously, new drivers in, hopefully they're all rested and refreshed after their earlier stints. And they'll be looking to push onwards then to the final part of the race. I would imagine for SimRC, Lucas Road will go to the end of the race.
Até que é o resto.
Obviously we'll have to stop again to reset the sit timer and probably a new set of tyres and fuel.
Eu havia de conseguir desligar o stream através do meu telemóvel. Porque eu daqui a bocado vou bazar e vou deixar isto
that would be a very, very interesting one. Just for the plot, they should probably do that. 258 going in, getting some battery out, and then Bauman in, and Road getting the final stint as well. Would be very, very cool. And just for effect, they should stop for about 1 minute and 30 seconds extra in the pits, so the 697 car can join the battle as well. Just put Jansma in, and just Jansma's in, and just go for it again, maybe with 3 of them. And I'm wondering though, how many of these drivers have actually slept through the night, and how many of them have decided to stay awake? Because my dad always says you should probably stay awake through the night if you want to be refreshed very early in the morning. It's currently almost 12, it's almost noon BST, so we're reaching about the waking up time for some of these drivers. But for the night stint, as they're going to be wanting to watch those final bits of the race. Now I'm wondering who has stayed awake and who has gone to bed. Because number 17 Porsche Chan just went into the pit lane, and Ripper, number 8 Ferrari taking the place, and the Schwander in the 91 car is also going to be taking over that position. So curious to see what's happening here with these stops, as they're also quite close to each other still.
Yeah, so we could have another battle on our hands in the next couple of laps, I'd imagine so. But yeah, see, 115 saying sleepless night. This is 115. Currently in P12 then.
You wait up, that one.
We've seen them quite a few bits today. Obviously they were fighting with some of the Porsches and the 311 of the Aston Martin earlier on. Currently running P12 then, 36 seconds behind P11. I think so far doing all right.
And they are going to get that position back, because remember the 115 car stopped about 40 minutes ago, and the 311 car got the position on the straight just barely, and now the gap's increased a tiny bit, but the 311 car has to stop within on this next lap, because they only have about 5 minutes remaining, so
pode ser que a gente consiga ir lá
final part of the north loop, go onto the back straight, and then maybe and then not maybe, but they are going to go for their stop. And then the 115 car will gain the place again, and then it's a battle to see caps increase a tiny bit, but the 311 car has to stop within on this next lap, because they only have about 5 minutes remaining, so they can go through the final part of the north loop, go onto the back straight, and then maybe and then not maybe, but they are going to go for their stop. And then the 115 car will gain the place again, and then it's a battle to see can they reach the end. I think the 115 car also has about 2 stops remaining. They have 30 minutes until their next stop. That leaves about 1 hour and 25 minutes remaining. It's not enough to do in one stint, so they have to stop twice still, meaning that these are the net positions from what it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of net positions, though, Zem really has actually brought the gap down to almost 8 seconds flat now. Getting a little bit rear slidey on the edge of that curve. That was very close to another spin. Obviously, they've had a few of those already. Not ideal, but again, a little bit rear slidey, but still holding the gap at 8.2 seconds.
Looking at this back marker currently in the way, that appears to be the number 3 car of Kit. The McLaren in P24 currently in the way. Vader is gonna wait for the back straight and maybe see if he can spot road in the 76 Aston in the distance. Maybe get a little bit sniff of where he's at and what he's doing. And as we do see the 458 car go into the box as well, and that's going to be the first stop for the trigger some of the other responses right behind the 18 Porsche of Gazela. Same situation, I think, as what we saw before with the 115 and the 311. With the car in front having to stop first, and then the car behind will stop a little bit later. And we'll also both have to stop twice more. So the 458 car getting one of the stops out of the way first, as Zembedri is just passing one of those back markers and is now getting ready to set in the chase with clean air for quite a while, because road is still quite a ways off for the next cars, about 40 seconds before they hit the Lexus of Kiselev. So yeah, it's just a while longer before Zembedri gets any troubles as well. So this is all pure pace for I think the next few laps at least.
Olha aí o ecrã, pá. Por que és mesmo bruto? Olha aí, estou lei. Olha aí. Não batas com os pés no chão, pá. Porra, parece feito de pedra ao miúdo.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting closing stage, as we do see more drivers in the 311 car, finally in the 206 car in as well. The 458 car has currently left the pits. They've stopped for over a minute, which is not going to help their time at all. So that means that the number 18 Porsche of Gazela might just stay out ahead, because you do lose about a minute when you stop. And the 458 car currently has Bokenhout in the team to take over the car. and they are currently 1 minute and 13 seconds behind, which means that they won't be able to keep the position after the 18 Porsche stops as well. So that's going to be, of course, an interesting one to look at. As the 206 car has actually received a stop go 30 penalty. So yeah.
Not ideal. So we were just speaking to Nathan not long ago. He's now in the car. A stop go penalty for 74 as well from race control. So that will be related to an incident with contact, and obviously other penalties now getting applied for some other cars to number 19 with a 15-second time penalty as well. So just after you were just saying about having the whole grid having a clear load of penalties, a few more.
I really hope that we're not going to see too many penalties, because you know, further back we do see a few of them. But you know, hopefully out in front we're going to see too many. Of course, Zanko giving the car to Smith Adams, who we spoke with just a while back in the 206 car, and I don't think that's gonna cost any time, or at least any places. So we do see him go over that curb a little bit too aggressively, almost catching a small slide. But yeah, 6.5 minutes behind for the 206 car. They lose about a minute for a stop go 30. And yeah, that's it's going to be 5.5 minutes still behind, so it's not too much time that you lose there. 67 car of Ballawender now into the pits as well for the final 2 stints of their race. So that Porsche getting ready, as the number 6 Sarah is 4 positions ahead on the track, but full lap ahead almost as well. So yeah.
Mas logo os pneus 19.
Finally into the pit lane then. Currently P9, as I said, has got a decent gap behind.
Olha, estão-nos a filmar agora.
SimHaven Motorsport car.
Já passou.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, arranca.
Push! Dá-lhe 10.
E a caralho, o primeiro está a 44 minutos de nós.
Like it for now. Because the wind is on 0 kilometers per hour. So that means there's no new clouds looking to come in anytime soon. So we are currently looking at the same conditions for the next bit of the race at least. And Zampedri has been catching up to the front leaders a little while more. 1.4 seconds in the previous lap. The gap is currently 8 seconds to the 76 car.
Yeah, you can see him just about. Not on this camera, so we can't. But yeah, so we'll be seeing him down the bottom of the straight, and hopefully I'll give him some motivation to put the pedal down just a little bit more, to push it onwards and catch. Because I think by the end of this race, it's either the gap's going to be the same, or it's going to be a very close battle.
Well, I hope the gap is going to be the same, because my prediction was on the 76 car to win, and with Road at the wheel, I don't think it's going to be that difficult. But you know, on the previous lap as well, an 8 minute 10.4 versus an 8 minute 9.8, another 6 tenths gained for the 258 car. If they keep this up, I don't think it's gonna matter. 6 tenths you need about, what is that, 13 laps, 13 laps left. That's about over 100, just over 100 minutes. So that would actually create a fight towards the end. And of course, with the slipstream on the back straight, would be able to get an overtake. But it's been left, right, and center for everyone at this point. As we do see the 701 car go into the box as well after finishing their stint timer. And we have the 115 car behind the BMW, about 4.5 minutes. So North currently over a minute behind the number 6 car in P9. So after that stop, they're going to be neutralized on position in terms of pit stops. So that would be the net position. So they'll have to get about 2 minutes of time just on pace for the last hour and a half in order to catch P9. So I don't have high hopes for that one.
Os gajos. O carro está em P10. É os gajos da SimHaven, não é? Pronto, eles estavam agora a falar, a dizer que vamos ficar tipo neutralizados quando formos às boxes e vamos ficar cerca de 1 minuto à frente do carro deles. portanto ainda vai dar muito trabalho até alcançarem o P9.
Yeah, four-way BMW fight. There's nothing compared to the 9 BMW
é,
line that we saw
P9
back
não
in
brinca em
the
serviço.
30 positions way at the start of the race. Yeah, that's,
Muito
that's
bom.
gonna open up. Iverson now
Estão
into
com
the pits.
esperanças.
Grab the 697 car, a little bit of rest after a
Até nós
long
estamos com
stint.
esperanças
Two
ainda
more
de
to
buscar
go
o
for the Ford.
P8.
The pole sitters for today.
o oitavo
So,
quê?
a miracle might help them back onto the second step, or the lead even. But podium seems to be in hands for them, and just have to
que
ride
é o
this one
oitavo?
out. Currently, the gap has shrunk a little bit, even further down to 7 seconds, and Pedri's really
Sim, buscar o
found the
oitavo
gas
ainda?
pedal. It's going to be sending it all the way through the north loop now, trying to see if he can get another second out of that time. If he could, the road's going to be scared. He's going to be probably need that code brown a little bit towards the end of the race, and yeah, he's going to be making his way to maybe catch the leader.
Yeah, we'll go on the map camps and once again see how close everyone is on the map. Once again, the triangle is our race leader, the red dot is P2, so you can really tell that gap has closed once more. Really excited about this. We'll stay on board with them pretty just for now, unless there's any other close battles, just so you can see sort of what he's seeing and how fast he's going on the north side. I mean, it looks like he's going extremely quickly at the moment.
Extremely quickly you have to go if you want to catch the leader. A previous lap, 8 minute 9.8. That is one of the faster laps that we've seen so far. Team's best currently is an 8 minute 9.090. So only 8 tenths away from the team best. So that's within a second on something like the Nordschleife. That's like being within 2 tenths of any other track, I would say. And that's some good consistency, good speed, good laps. And also, yeah, of course, getting that 6 tenths on road on the previous lap. Consider that a little bit more often, as road's currently going through one of those slower sections of the track, trying to go on towards the uphill in just a minute's time, I think. And some very definitely a little bit of the dust on the outside.
A culpa foi totalmente tua.
Cloud being sent up in the sky.
Depois de ver o replay, a culpa foi totalmente tua.
Really, have any disadvantages from that.
Foi aquilo que eu te falei hoje. Distância de segurança. Tinhas um gajo que era duvidoso à tua frente e tu simplesmente travaste o da tarde. Está ali o replay dele.
Handling that Porsche, just almost gently pushing the steering wheel. I mean, a little bit of encouragement there, but you know, just a small steering net definitely does what he's doing. Does his bidding, sorry. So yeah, he's definitely got complete control of that Porsche as the gap now enters the 6 second mark, as we're 6.6 seconds.
Yeah, we do see the 801 car currently in the box as well, increasing the gap out in front to the 404 car as they've gone towards the end of their stint time. So we do see a lot of drivers now going in for their stop to 206 car, going in for their stop go 30 penalty. Like I said, about 7 minutes ahead, about 6 minutes behind.
Casa e arranja só o damage, mais nada. Não metes esgoto, não faz nada.
Probably towards the end of the race.
And
everyone else, I think. We do see actually we have a fight here for P20.
Pronto,
the 458 car
possível.
overtaking Gazela for the P18, or for the number 18 car for P20. As the Ferrari gives a little bit of a bump and the Porsche goes off the track. The Ferrari stays on, and the number 18 car is currently in possession of a stop go 30 penalty as they just left the pits and probably sped at that. The Ferrari lets them by just as quickly again. As that's good sportsmanship from the 458 team. Beukenhout doing a good job there, and Kazela giving the car to Sivek, and instantly getting into trouble. The Porsche going off the track after some contact, giving the position back, and that's up to still P20 out of the pits there. So we did see another position change. It was a Schroeder in the 91 Porsche getting ahead of Riphagen in the number 8 Ferrari. So up to P14, but yeah, that's
vai, tenta só manter. O P10 está bem longe de ti.
Number 18 Porsche for Sivek. It's got to serve on the next lap.
Tenta só fazer repair, não metes gota, não faz mais nada.
Position. If he does stop for that stop go 30, he's gonna lose 2 positions out, because that's the gap to P22 as well. The number 7 BMW is right behind, about 15 seconds behind the 458 Ferrari. So still kind of close in these closing stages of the race. Yeah, the number 8 Ferrari seemingly is going very, very slowly. I'm sure if that was contact. I don't think it was, but yeah, that's definitely a slow moment there, and he's losing time on the car ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I'll have to keep an eye on this gap because it got very close to entering the 5 seconds, but now it's come back up to around 6.5. But I'll say that it's come back down to 6, so I've just got a track at the moment. But yeah, there's no cars between these two now. Well, not at the moment anyway. So it's pretty much flat out as we'll continue watching this battle as it is the close battle on track at the moment. But yeah, it's really just getting closer and closer.
Yeah, and this fight for P20, it's still pretty substantial. If you look at the amount of cars that signed up, that's 53 cars, so you're still in the top half. And every single big race that I go into and I qualify around, I try to qualify around the middle of the pack. Of course, I want to go as fast as I can, but you know, I'm not that good of a qualifier, so you should go further back. So whenever I drive, my aim is always to be in the top half. And as soon as I'm in the top half, I want to go into the top quarter and stuff like that. So aiming for the top half of a race is never really a bad sign. And the Ferrari 458 now chasing down the number 19 and trying to get an overtake done. Just having to chase for now.
Yeah, definitely. I have seen
Mas
on
é,
the
mas-
Delta as well, though. At the start
Sem
of
pneus, sem
lap
nada.
for Sam Brady, he was actually
Sem
on a
pneus, sem
team's
nada.
personal best.
Sem gota.
And now obviously come to the end of the lap,
Sem
it's only
gota.
8 tenths down on the Delta, unfortunately.
Olha,
But he definitely has the pace and the GP and the start of the Nordschleife to beat the team's personal best. So he's
That's
definitely
also
got the pace.
that's also what we saw in the Delta, going down to below the 6 seconds and now up to 6.5 again. Is that Zampedri's strong points lie in the start of the track. It's mainly where he's going to try and make his overtakes happen on the previous lap. Another 1.4 seconds gained out of the lead, so he's chumping it down ever so slightly, but he's gonna need a few more laps at least to do so if he does it on this pace. 4 more laps at least, and we do have the time for that one for sure. But yeah, Bökehout knows that he's gonna get the position off of CFEC anyway because he's got a Sopko 30, so might just not want to meddle with this one too much and just stay behind for a little bit to try and see if he can do anything to wait it out. Teixeira and number 6 car now into the box as well. And it's a little bit earlier than expected, and that's a lot of damage on that Ferrari. The number 6 car in the pits for
o homem já
repairs.
não foi para
And
casa
this
da avó,
opens
está
up
fodido.
avenues because
Já
the
não leva a
701
notinha
car
que está
of Chris
fodido.
North is just a minute behind. And if this Ferrari is now in the box for repairs, that gap is going to close. And from the looks of it, that car is heavily damaged.
P10,
Yeah, that's not
P10.
ideally what they wanted to
Yeah,
start,
but-
or to
Just
end
also
the
bad.
race with only 1 minute,
Vamos
1
Vamos ficar em P10, P11.
So I think that'll be Chris North making a pass.
E o P11, yeah. Não, o P11 está muito longe, yeah. Pelo menos P10 é nosso. Mas tu tens que ver o replay desse para tu perceberes aonde é que tu erraste. E hoje durante a corrida tiveste sempre bué de cuidado com isso.
Just look at the incident that
No, no, agora
occurred
não.
with,
Mas depois,
with the
para poderes
number,
melhorar, convém
74
ver
and the
onde é que
number
erraste.
6 car. The 74 car is currently in P36. One of the back markers that the number 6 of Teixeira tried to get past. And while I'm looking at the replay, it looked like Teixeira went for the brakes, and there was a gap on the outside, a tiny one. The Ferrari just sending it through a little bit too recklessly, and the back marker just not being aware of the send. And
Sim, mas a culpa não foi dele,
a
desse.
little bit with the Ferrari that way.
Ok.
And
Tu ias
still in the
rápido
pits, the
demais.
repairs have been stationary for over a minute.
E
And North now able to send it on through and up to P9. That's exactly what the goal was.
ele ia fazer a curva mais rápido, mas não fez.
To Mara, and they have been gaining that. I can see Tamara type in the chat. Car
Sim,
number
mesmo porque os caras
47,
estavam-
check your PayPal.
Não foi não,
after the
não foi
incident.
não.
Might be,
Está aqui
might
o
be
replay,
saying,
eu vi o replay, não foi
saying
assim.
thank you for that incident, even though it wasn't really anyone's fault. I think
Ele
they
estava
both
sempre na direita.
just hit each other off. And
Tem que te aproximaste
mistakes on
extremamente
both
rápido
ends, maybe.
dele.
Stewards have to look at that one. And of course, Teixeira is not going to be happy with that one, as their car is utterly ruined. They have to,
Também
have
o
to wait a long
P10
time.
está a entrar agora na Nortes. O P10, os gajos. SimHaven.
I did see the gap at the top 2 did go down to 5.8 seconds, but it's come back up now. But I think it'll go back down very shortly, but you can see how close they are on the minimap. They're literally in viewing of each other. So, Matea's really got to put the pedal to the floor now. final hour and 14 minutes of this race. And, hopefully get a victory for the Ricardo Portuguese.
Yeah, Teixeira has now been released after that big repair. A total of 2 minutes of stopping time, and their stint timer is reset again. So they're now 10 minutes less on their stint timer compared to the car ahead in the 701 McLaren for Chris North. So they kind of wanted to stay ahead, but after that incident, they've lost the position at all. It's 1 minute and 23 seconds to the car ahead. So
Vamos,
North has got a
dali.
free pit stop at that.
Força aí,
He does want
Décio.
to go
Dá-lhe
for
com calma,
something of a fast
tranquilo.
lap attempt, but I don't think it's going to be
Não
taken
passa
out of the hands
nada,
of
já
Johnson. He's
fizemos
back
um
in the
grande
car.
trabalhão,
The
meu.
final 2 stints, or at least for the next
Estamos muito
stint,
bem,
for the
não
697
stress.
car, currently in 3rd
No
place,
stress.
running with the fastest lap at 8 minutes
Força aí.
7.595.
Até logo.
And last lap at 9 minute 10. That was his out lap. It's currently on his first timed lap. Once again, about a second, 1.3 seconds gain from Zempedri on that previous lap. Cut out of the lead. It's about 6 seconds now again. With Road trying to run away.
Como é que é?
And SimRC guys just doing a great job so far, being P1 and P6. But I don't think they're going to hold on to that for so much longer as Pedro is trying to chase down. And looking for the back to see Birkenhout, who was behind Sivek for just a second or so. Or within the second on the start of the previous lap. Sivek's going back into the pit to serve that stop go 30 penalty and Birkenhout gaining that place for free. So like I thought, just backing out a little bit, not being held up with the guys. Just driving their own race and you get the position for free.
Yeah,
number 7 BMW now getting passed as well. And the 18 Porsche having to serve that stop go 30.
Yeah, obviously not ideal to serve it this late into the race.
Eu acabei a minha stint
No
Holanda.
more penalties for the rest of these drivers.
À frente do McLaren, acho eu.
Really hard to get all the incidents solved.
Não, estamos atrás.
Agora estamos atrás.
But yeah.
Eu e o Ferno, na seguinte madrugada, fomos de P20 para
But so
P12.
far, was really afflicted. 6 second now, so
Yeah, eu sei, mano. Deram-me o carro, eu estava 10 segundos atrás, depois da pit stop. Estás a ver? Quando eu dei o carro, estava tipo 40 segundos à frente depois da pit stop do North. Do SimHaven.
Really shows the pace at this stage of the race.
E já tiveram há mais de minuto.
Yeah, Pedro is doing a great job of catching the car.
Já tiveram. Caralho, e agora estão a quanto
Can't
tempo?
wait to see which one of the drivers
Eu
is
estou à
going to
nossa
be.
frente, meu irmão teve 2 minutos de damage.
Still a bit tired from
Puta,
from
2
last
minutos,
night.
cara,
Can't
puta.
wait to see which one of these two drivers are going to be taking the wheel for the final stint.
Cuidado, puto.
1 hour and 35 minutes
Olha só, não
remaining.
foi Alt F4 porque só falta 1 hora.
Chasing down the 76
Devia ter sido eu a fazer o stint, mano, eu sabia.
just slightly every single lap, just a tiny bit more, taken out of that gap. And like I said, about
Não, mano, estamos em décimo. Se calhar ainda apanhas os 9, caralho. Está quanto? 80 segundos só.
The drivers are going to hit 170 laps. Just as I predicted.
Ele estava a mais, mano. Quando me deram o carro, estava a 90 e tal. E eu em 2 stints recuperei, mano.
Guys in road might just get it, unless he gives the car to
Mas
someone
ele
else.
também teve problemas depois.
Yeah,
258
foi a
cars
chuva e quê?
slowly
Já
creeping up to
duas
the front.
vezes, desde
I don't think anywhere else we've seen
Ah,
better.
mas foi o cerco para mim.
Fights
Foi o
at the
cerco.
moment. There's a few within a few seconds. 6.5 seconds for the
Também top o
943
carro,
car. Chasing the car ahead. Also 9 seconds for the number 8 car.
É isso. Quem é que vai fazer a
that's
seguir? É o
about
Fábio?
it. Yeah, also 4 seconds for the 313 car
Quanto
right
é que
behind
fez
the
stint timer?
66
50 e tal?
BMW of Sheriff.
Ainda tenho para aí 3 horas.
Otherwise, not really.
Não, não,
really big fights
o décimo.
on the grid.
Espera aí.
No,
Não, que eu fui tipo tirar a box.
I mean,
Tem
Eu
6
vou
voltas.
ver.
sees them really have a
Seis
massive slide on the exit
Tens combustível para isso?
North Loop
É,
corners.
é pouco, tem até 16.
Really pushing, and you can see Road in the distance then from that camera angle. You can actually see on the
O
passenger
Fábio
cam,
só
that
vai
little
entrar no
black
carro
dot
para ganhar
just
os louros.
ahead is Road. So that is our race
Vamos
leader.
lá ver se não espeto também.
So yeah, I mean,
Olha aí,
it's
mano,
mainly a
isso
matter of
vou eu conduzir, caralho.
It's gonna be
E depois
real,
perto
yeah,
eu.
like you said, a matter of time,
Foi,
being real
estás a
close
ver?
to gaining some more time. They're finishing up their laps. I'm curious to see what the lap times will be from these two drivers. Previously in 8.12.6 and 8.11.2 respectively.
A passar BM.
1.4 seconds in advantage for the 258 car.
Decidiu
They're going to be heading on to the pits in about half an hour's time, or a little bit longer maybe to
Mano, o
switch
meu
off that
acidente
final one.
daquele
As,
dos
Road
22
just
segundos de
puts in
dano,
an
o tempo recuperei logo naquele double
8:12.1.
stint,
Wait
foda-se,
for
no
Pedro to
primeiro
see what
stint
lap
logo.
time he's going to fabricate
O Shark estava aí, ele viu, mano. Eu fiz 12-9 e depois foi tudo 13-13-13-13. Uma 15 e depois foi tudo 13.
Este a trabalhar bem.
Que puta, mano. Estava com uma concentração do caralho. Depois nos 70 seguintes já estava 14, já estava a dormir. Qual é a melhor volta nossa?
É 8-12. É too late.
Sou uma máquina.
striking in 10 laps powered by AWS. I'm going to see that in the bottom of the screen now, and it does say
O carro estava da tricky, já por 3 ou 4 vezes me mandou aí uma chicotada.
52 seconds.
Yeah,
We're
puto,
going down to the line
na
between
travagem, não é?
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
getting extremely close.
Na travagem, puta, essa merda.
Quick.
Eu bati por causa dessa merda.
Come back, there'll be some more fights on the track.
A minha volta mais rápida, naquele sítio que eu bati, fez exatamente a mesma merda. Só que tipo, foi mesmo levezinho. Mas ia fazer a mesma cena.
Push.
Olha, já está quase. Já estás a apanhar o Norte com uma velocidade. Isto vai ser mesmo tipo a última volta, acho eu. Por isso agora é esperar que lhe aconteça algo e não acontecendo nada.
Bem, na posição onde estamos é mais do que vitória, não é?
Mano, mas o P9, se for P9 é o P9 das 24, mano, da primeira 24. Lembras-te? Por isso é que está hoje.
Não sou eu a fazer a última stint, por isso.
Real, também não vou ser eu, por isso depois se é do Fábio crashar, ele está cook, vai ter que nos dar umas meias.
Real.
A primeira 24 ficava P9, mano. Só que a neto crash do Shark crashou 2 vezes.
Opa, estamos, oh caralho!
Olha, eu fiz exatamente. Olha, o stint que tu acabaste de fazer, eu fiz exatamente igual.
Calma, dessa não tens dano nenhum, não, continua.
Vai, não vem ninguém. Dá-lhe, continua.
Não tens dano nenhum, mano.
Pois não, eu sei, mas o carro.
Mas não tem mal.
Dá-lhe.
5 segundos não é nada.
Por acaso não foste à relva, acho que foste para o carro.
Manda cartuchos, vocês fumam enquanto conduzem, caralho. Com caralho.
Não com tabaco de
We're back, everyone.
acender.
Last time you saw us, we
Ah,
were
electronic.
at the gap between the top two, and it has come down
Top,
again.
então. E o Fábio também?
It's now 5.5 seconds.
Não.
Sam Brady looking very
Tem uma
confident
máquina
in that
no-
Porsche.
Fábio tabaco de Cuba mesmo.
For him and the team today. Obviously, your
Isso era de
prediction then
fudido.
was at the start of this race, there was the SimHaven guys.
Olha o gajo, está uma arma incrível.
Led the most laps this race.
25 está a mandar nós treitear.
So, still confident about that?
I feel less and less confident as the laps go on. But I also know another team that feels less confident. It's not only the number one SimRC team is in P6.
Vou
Also the
tomar banho
SimRC
assim
team.
e já apareci.
They've stopped after 41 minutes,
Já.
seemingly out of nowhere. They haven't had any damage from what I've seen. They are in the box. Warner is only a few seconds behind and is going to overtake them right now on the back straight. So that is down to P7 for Alexander Dubs and the second SimRC team in 176 car. And they can't finish off the race with this stint, so they've just lost a position on an extra pit stop, seemingly for no reason. Going to be exiting the pits now with 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining. They can't finish that in a single stint, so I'm not sure what's happening there, what the thought process is. And now I even more want to speak to the SimRC guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. SimRC, but driven by Alexander Dubs at the moment. So it's the second car in this race. It's the 1676, but obviously the main car being 76.
Ui, o P1 foi para sétimo. O que aconteceu?
4.9 seconds. So
Não, o P1 foi não.
it's getting close. We have got a question on what is ACM? ACM is SimHaven's, one of SimHaven's partner leagues. Obviously, if you want to check that out, scan the
O
QR
gajo
code
que
on
teve
the,
a
on
dar
the ad
battle
roll,
comigo
so
e
I'll roll a bit
na
later
semana
anyway.
passada,
So you
Paulinho,
can do that, but or
é
you
que
can ping Harry
está bem atrás.
in SimHaven, and I'm sure he'll help you out as soon as possible. It's Harry Goswell if you want to know more. Just go in the Discord.
Olha o caraca.
him, or ask him there, and I'm sure someone will help you out for that. But yeah, I mean, the gap's coming down.
Como o volante não está muito fixe.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be it's going to be just a while longer. 5.5 seconds now for SimHaven to gain 1.5 hours remaining. Track conditions optimum. It has gotten more cloudy over the last 20 minutes. And I am just hoping that in about 30 minutes, we're going to see the notification pop up saying rain in 30, so we can finish this rain in style. Finish the rain? Finish the race in style.
Yeah, that would be great. And with Bauman maybe making a return for the final stint in the rain, then that's going to be all to play for. Obviously, Lucas Road, one of the fastest drivers for the SimRC guys at the moment in the car. I'd like to imagine he'll be doing a double stint, so he'll be going to the end. But you never know, depending on what they have planned. And I don't know what they have planned at the Corsa team. They might put Bauman in. We don't know. I'm hoping they put Bauman in, as it would be great to see him finish the race just like he started it.
I think Bauman might be out of the car now to do a little rain dance for the final bit, just as I did, as I had my first little break in the start of the race after the first 2 hours. I started doing my rain dance, and suddenly the rain started coming in, and I think Bauman might be doing the same. So yeah, I'm gonna hopefully for him, gonna have a bit of water towards the ending of this race. It's gonna make it more interesting because, of course, it's gonna neutralize all the strategies that we've had, especially with Dubs. They've had Dubs has just done a pit stop that wasn't planned about 2.5 minutes ago, and yeah, the rain would neutralize all of that disadvantage. So he's definitely going to look for one of those as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I keep seeing this gap hovering at 4.95 seconds at the moment. It's really getting me nervous because I am shortly departing for a short amount of time. I don't want to miss this overtake for P1. I'll be really annoyed if I do miss it. But yeah, obviously 1 hour and a half to go then, as these guys will look to start to settle in and start to prepare to come in for their final stints.
Yeah, and like you said, it's about 5 seconds is what the gap is now. It has come down by half a second on the previous lap. This lap, maybe a little bit more. So I'm giving you about 4 or 5 laps to get your food in. It's about 30 to 45 minutes for you to get your lunch in. So hopefully it's gonna work. And yeah, we'll see you back in a moment after that. But yeah. Depends on how long you're gonna wait until you're gonna leave, because it might just be, you might just see it if you leave now and then get back.
Tens de ter cuidado, já há bocado não estava a acontecer isso.
I don't even think my dinner is ready yet, so I'm not leaving just yet. I've got around 10 minutes before I think it should be ready, so about a
Isso
lap.
pode ter a ver com os travões.
About a lap.
About one more lap.
O desgaste dos travões.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the gap increased a bit to 5 and a bit, so it's hanging about 5 and a bit seconds. So yeah, you should have enough time, enough space to get it. Previous lap from Road an 8:12.8, and from Zambedri an 8:11.6. That's again 1 second, 1 full second cleared off of the gap. It's going to be so close in just a few moments time between these two.
You see Samuel von Lieberstein, 9.43 then, the Aston Martin side by side with McLaren down the straight. We did not see P23 as the Aston Martin does tuck in as they side by side and very close. 1 second on the norms is basically nothing, right? It's literally nothing. I mean, to be fair, even 5 seconds, like we're saying, is basically
Olha,
nothing.
levaste penalty de 15 segundos.
So yeah, it's really close at the moment.
I did do the calculations earlier on with 1 second at the end of the race over 170 laps. It's on average 5 milliseconds per lap on time difference, and that on the Nordschleife is absolutely nothing, considering it's an 8 minute long track.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely going to be really exciting. As you can see, the stewards are still issuing out penalties, and so a few more penalties to go in the final hour and 30 minutes. Obviously, these drivers will have to serve those in this pit stop, or they're going to have to add, or the game will have to add them at the end of the race. So either they serve them in the pit stop, or they don't. Always get added to your race time. Ideally, you would like to have it served in your pit stop, just so you have a better idea of where you're finishing.
Yeah, I have seen that on a race before. Currently 15 seconds for the number 6 car added to it. I've had a race where once I was driving behind a team ahead who had a 10-second penalty, got it removed, but then added towards the end again because we appealed it, and they got the penalty back. We reported it, they appealed it, and then we appealed the appeal. And they got the penalty back in the end. They weren't aware of it, but it was posted everywhere. And also thinking that they got it in the end, or it was the other way around, that we got a penalty removed or something. And they didn't know where we were in terms of them in the finishing order, or in the finishing timings. So we were gaining time on them on the final few laps, and then they started weaving in the final corners, slowing down, celebrating already, and we ended up just barely missing it by just a few seconds. But the gap was, after the penalties all applied, was about 10 seconds, and it was about 2 seconds because they spent 8 seconds celebrating. So maybe Texera will be a little bit more lucky with 2.5 minutes behind them. But if it was about 30 seconds and they spent about 15 seconds celebrating, then of course that's gonna really harm them in their finishing position. But luckily, gaps are so big that doesn't really matter too much. Because the gap, the only gap that's really small currently is what we're looking at, P24 and P23. Currently, the fight for 23rd place, and also the gap towards the leader, SimHaven, is still hovering around that 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, I really hope I don't miss this, because it is, I think, if not, the whole 24-hour has led to this moment, where it's these two side by side through, hopefully. Obviously, if you weren't here for the start of the race, or you weren't here for qualifying, the 258 car qualified in P4 and got a 15-place grid drop penalty due to qualifying incidents, which dropped them all the way down to P18. And now, well, they're fighting for the lead now. So it would have been a great recovery from the team if they managed to pull it off.
Yeah, exactly. All the way from P4 down to the back and then up to P2 again would be an amazing result, and winning would be even better. The 76 car started in second place, I believe, with the 697 car in first place. After starting on pole position, they lost the lead on lap 4 due to a small incident. They went too hard over the curbs, sent them into a wall, and lost a few positions off of the back of that. And the 76 SimRC team of Road got the lead on on the first stint, and on lap 4. And then SimHaven and his team, the 258 team, was the Porsche, was making their way through, fighting through the rest of the grid, trying to climb back up to where they started. And later on, they got the lead off of Road, I think, making a mistake in the wet. Correct me if I'm wrong. I wasn't there, but that was what I heard. And then later on, SimHaven's team, the 258 Porsche, getting an incident with the back marker, so losing the lead again due to other circumstances. And this is the first time they're going to be closing in and just purely on pace. And I'm currently looking at the leaders, and the gap is 4.5 seconds, and I keep looking at this, and it's so close.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for a good battle. I'm really hoping there's no weird overtakes for P1 like we've seen all race long, like you just mentioned. So I'm really hoping there'll be a close battle. That gap now almost 4 seconds, and you can see Road in the camera angle then on SimHaven. So I don't know. These guys are going to be pushing flat out. Obviously, both of them still got a pit stop to do for their final stint. So it's going to get really close.
They're on the exact same stint timer, so it's just going to be a matter of who pits first, or who catches the other driver off guard, and maybe get an advantage on that. But the 258 car probably wants to gain some time first to get closer and closer, so the pit stop, undercut, or anything else might just work. About 10 laps remaining, 80 minutes on the clock as of 45 seconds ago. But Road in that 76 Aston Martin absolutely pushing like hell, and SimHaven in the 258 car, the Porsche as well, just trying to close the gap in. And it's now 4 seconds, so it is getting closer and closer. And Lily, I assume you should be going soon, so you can get back sooner.
Yes.
And this is absolutely amazing. Going to get close, and I don't think you want to miss this for the end of the race.
I will be back very quickly. I'm on my hardest anyway. So enjoy. And,
Yeah, thanks so much. See you in a bit. And while Lily's gone, we have our very own Jack Spencer back in the box. Jack, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me once again, or thank myself for having me on my own stream, I guess. But it's good to be here. It's shaping up to be a really good finish. It's one of those things, right, where it's like we've talked about kind of all race. It's crazy how you can go 24 hours and end up just a few seconds apart at the end like this.
Yeah, we have calculated it, and if you go towards the end of the race with only 1 second remaining over 170 laps, it's 5 milliseconds of a difference, and that's in the end what we're going to be seeing from Zempedri's team and Rhodes' team, the 76 Aston fighting for their life, and the 258 Porsche just on his way to break the gap. And if we can see, I don't know if there's actually the auto cam being turned on. Or that we're stuck with a view on the number 8 car in P16, but on the onboard from Zempedri currently in the 258 car, you can see Road very, very clearly on the straight. It's just over 4 seconds is the gap. It's being climbed down every single lap by a second, maybe even a few tenths even. I think between 5 and 10 tenths is what the gap is being brought down by every single lap. And the 258 car and the 76 car both have 1 stop remaining. And Jack, who do you think is going to be in the car for their final stint?
I mean, I don't know. I think it depends on, if we see anything. I feel like the other thing to consider is just that there's still that chance you've got probably another, 10, 15 minutes before they'll stop, I would assume. Is that about right, you think?
Yeah, they're both of their stint timers. They have about 20 minutes remaining. That's 2 laps as they just crossed the finish line with another 8 tenths gain for the 258 team. Previous laps, so 2 more laps going.
It's going to be interesting to see, if that plays a factor. And I mean, there's still a chance we can see 30 minutes out, but you never know. There's clouds overhead. I do wonder if they're going to wait a bit just to see if there's any chance of rain. I do think if we see any rain at all, I would expect Bowman to be in that Porsche again. I wonder if he'll finish either way. His pace was just ridiculous overnight. I remember watching on the stream and seeing what he was able to do in that kind of greasy conditions. But I think either way, everybody's prepped for this, and everybody on both teams is going to be ready for it. I mean, this is, the whole reason you fight a race out like this for 24 hours is to give yourself that chance at the end. But I'm excited to see whoever just step in there and probably give it 110% the whole time.
And we just on stream saw a battle. That was the 943 car of von Liebenstein. Gained the position on the 73 McLaren from Oslo. And just half a second already is the gap behind, just pulling it away. So that's a great overtake from the Aston. And that's up to P23, now 3 minutes ahead for the next car. So it's just a matter of pulling away. So don't think you're going to be able to gain that position anymore from this. And yeah, all I'm worried about currently is the next pit stop, because it is going to happen, and it's going to happen soon. Like you said, about 2 laps remaining between the two, as we also have another fight, the 626 car of Sheriff now catching Kosabun in the 313 car. Only a few tenths between those two as well. Trying to make a fight for P23. There's a small BMW strain back at it again. We've seen a small train of them almost throughout the entire race, with the train of 9 BMW cars seemingly having split up by just a few other cars. So the 4, 5, 6 car up to 19th place, the 7th car up to 21st. But these 4 still in a row from P32 to P35, with 2 cars getting real close to fighting.
Yeah, it's been great to see the fights develop off and on, consistently throughout the entire event, and just seeing all the factors the drivers have to navigate. It's really, like you said, I think nothing short of amazing that you get to see these fights turn out in the last hour or two, because you'll see cars that at one point might have been a lap or 2 apart, due to pit stops and damage and penalties and whatnot. By the end, they tend to, kind of reconverge, and you somehow end up right around people with your pace again, fighting it out for a position sometimes, with just, 1 stop to go.
And that's what we're seeing right now. Sheriff currently lining it up, trying to go side by side with Kosabun out in for the fight for P33. The Sheriff has to stick behind for a little while longer. We did see the 74 car cause a yellow flag out in the middle sector of the track. It's going to go back to the pits, and it's been stationary for a bit now, as these two are heading on to the carousel, trying to make their way upwards. And the 66 car just has to stick behind for a little while longer. before they actually do something there. And I just did get a notification that the 258 car might be fuel saving towards the end of this stint, as the gap is currently 5 seconds. They have a little while more on their lap to go, and I'm gonna quickly look at their maps, and it's currently on map 8 in the car. So the gap's starting to increase a tiny bit now. I quickly have to check to see if, because what car are they currently driving? They're in the Porsche 992.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if that's a fuel-saving map, and if they're trying to stretch it out. I wonder if that's they just want to get that one extra lap in, so they can pit as late as possible and then have as fresh tires as possible for that final push. But it is going to be interesting, because if they're doing that intentionally, you're obviously willingly sacrificing pace, and leaving time on the table. And like I said, that gap is kind of stretched back out. It was near 4 seconds, maybe even a hair under, depending on where they were on track. Now you're back to 4 and almost 7/10, and so it's going to be fascinating to see how that 258 car pulls it out, if they decide to kind of back off a little bit like that.
Yeah, so it appears that they are lifting and coasting in places where other drivers usually don't. But it does appear that the gap is still pretty similar, low in the 4 seconds. It was 4.4 now, as of now. So they are looking to do some different strategies. So going a bit slower through some sections, maybe to save the tires as well, because lifting off is not only save your fuel, but also save your tires, as you have to get to use less of the tires, tire wear. But from the looks of it, their handling is pretty good, pretty solid. Same for the Aston Martin out in front. It's going to be very, very cool to see who in the end gets the P1, because it's just under 5 seconds is the gap to the lead. It has been for a while. They've got one more lap remaining after this one, and then they have to pit. Then they're forced to pit. As we're currently looking at the 137 car of Sean Tempest on the back straight, about 3 minutes behind John Smith in the 697 car, and 7 minutes ahead of Smith Adams, who's currently starting his new lap. So he's actually almost 8 minutes ahead of the car behind, so he's almost lapping P5. And that's something I haven't seen before in this race. Just cars being in the top 10, at least, being an entire lap ahead of the car behind.
Yeah, it just shows you how much that marginal differences of pace can, take into account after 24 hours, where you have drivers that are, tenths or maybe a second and a half at most different on a given lap. But when you extract that over 24 hours, it really starts to show. And it's crazy, to see, like you said, the demonstrated pace difference between P1 and 2 maybe, and then P5, 6, 7, and just how quickly down that field the pace differences start to really show. And at the end of a race like this, there's a reason why the top guys are where they are, and just the consistency and ability to bang in those top laps over and over is so impressive.
And Jack, now that we're reaching the 70-minute mark, this is the moment that the drivers can go into the pits and finish their race on their final stint. It has just passed, and 10 minutes remaining until the final hour of the 24 hours of Northlife, hosted by SimHaven. Jack, what's been your favorite moment so far in this race?
That's a great question. I think one that always sticks out to me in any sort of SimHaven event, because I feel like we've had a great job with Oliver, our resident weatherman, has done a great job with the weather over and over. And I really enjoyed overnight. At one point we got a brief stint of rain where it was probably a 10-15 minute stretch of kind of medium, rain. And I always think that's so fun to watch. He's getting to see drivers kind of struggle with those greasy conditions, but there's no rain, not for long enough to come in and switch to a full wet car that you have to kind of manage. And I think seeing drivers manage in those greasy conditions, and especially again watching that 258 Porsche manage in those greasy conditions with the rear stepping out, it's such a treat to see drivers of that caliber cope with conditions that are so tricky, and do it so well.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Earlier this morning, we also saw I think it was about a 30-minute rain spell as well. Lots of drivers staying out on the dries. A few of them opting for the wet tires, but later on, I have to switch back after about 45 to 50 minutes into their wet tire stint. We had the majority of the drivers still staying out on the dries, even though the track was damp, and with that light to medium rain. Of course, one of my favorite moments as well, and as well as the earlier rain stint, which actually was a big rain stint. Everyone out on the wet tires, to medium to heavy rain. That was somewhere in the first 5 hours of the race, and that was one of my favorite moments as well. The gap has increased a tiny bit in the previous lap, 6/10 advantage for Road in the 76 Aston Martin. Lily's going to be happy with this one, as you know. We're all going to be here towards the end of the race in the final hour.
Falta teste e mais 3 voltas, né?
Slowly increasing, and they won't catch each other before the next few laps happen. At least, unless, of course, I don't want to jinx it. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm gonna knock on wood real quick, and I don't hope. I hope that the SimRC team keeps it on the track and doesn't make any silly little mistakes or encounters a back marker that tries some silly little things. But very loud knock on wood again. Just to make sure that doesn't happen.
It is going to be interesting, though. You mentioned back markers. That's one thing I've been watching right now, is that both, you know, Road and the Porsche behind him that's trailing, you know, they're both in, like you said, about that 4.5-5 second gap right now. Both decided to stay out, you know, and they're going to do one final lap, I'm assuming, and then come into pit at the end of this one. But in doing that, they have to navigate a few back markers, it looks like. You know, they're closing up. And if you look at P1 right now, they've got 2 cars up ahead within a few seconds. And so it's going to be very, very interesting to see how they navigate that. I see, you know, 2.5 seconds and then another second down the road. And it is going to be fascinating because once they get past those, they should be in clean air on this lap. And then behind them, they should both be able to come out in really clean air. And we might just get to see both cars pushing to their fullest capacity for the final stint. But it's going to be fascinating to see how they navigate these back markers here. And, you know, the name of the game is efficiency and just not being held up, not having any sort of issues. You see one of them's letting him go right here, it looks like, on the straight.
And that car appeared to have a bit of damage. That's the 24 car of Wildner, with a hood that doesn't look very much intact at the moment. Zempedri is going to go through that in just a moment as well. Our intel did say that Zempedri was holding back a little bit with the 258 Porsche, lifting and coasting, but on the previous lap still quite fast, and it doesn't look like he's letting up that much compared to the SimRC car of Lucas Road in the 76 Aston. But you know, the gap's still about 5 seconds, and like you said, one more lap remaining. At the end of this one, they all have to go in the pits. They have to go for their final stint, and no undercut from Zempedri. I thought it was going to be a thing, considering, you know, like you said, these back markers they have to pass. It's going to cost them a little bit of time, but maybe Zempedri is hoping that Road's going to find a few more back markers than he is, and he will, because of course he's going to be ahead on the track. So yeah, maybe Zempedri is just hoping to get the better draw out of this one.
He's able to navigate that first McLaren that you were talking about with the damaged hood as well, and so he didn't seem to lose any time there, which is crucial. But now they've got another car coming up right in front of both of them again, and it's going to be the same thing, where the name of the game is going to be efficiency, especially for Zempedri. Can he get through there as quick or even quicker than Road is able to? Because the last thing he wants to do is sit behind him a corner or two and lose another 3, 4, 5 tenths to the car in front, because every bit's going to matter when they go into the pits.
That's absolutely wild. As we do welcome back Lily into the box, so Jack, you can go take your well-deserved rest. I know you wanted to stay until the end, but you have been sleepless nights. There has been some call in the driver's lounge to say, hey, everyone, that's a back marker. Please let P1 and P2 go, because this is going to be one insane final stint, and I, for one, cannot wait for this to happen. In the meantime, we do have someone from the 505 car in the wait. Here's Randall back again for a small interview, as Jack just left us. I wanted to ask him a question or two still, but he's already gone. I was going to ask Randall some questions instead. Randall, welcome to the box again.
Sorry, English. Can't speak. There we go. Sorry. Thank you for having me again.
It's been a very long race. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I've been up since 2 a.m. British time, so I'm going slightly insane.
we can. I think we can feel that one at this moment from all the comms. The 505 car currently in P18. How's that going for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we recovered well. We didn't have the greatest night. I think we're down to P26 at one point, maybe. I don't know. I think we've recovered quite well. Jumped in the night, had obviously a couple of rain showers, and just made the right calls, and we've made our way up. We've had some other fast drivers in the car as well. Nikolai, for example, I think he's pretty consistently been in the 17s. I missed him. But yeah, no, really well.
Yeah, you guys have about 3.5 minutes ahead and 4.5 minutes behind. So not really any chance of gaining more positions. One more stint to go after this one, from what I can see. Who's going to be in the car and what's going to be the goal?
If it all goes to plan, it's going to be Nikolai taking the car to the end from now. Goal, I think, just hold position. I don't think anything more is realistic anymore, unless something drastic happens, which I don't think will, unless we pay someone.
Well, that's that wouldn't be the first time. I've seen some PayPal links being thrown around already in the background as we were going through the race. But yeah, P18. Where did you guys start on the grid at the start of the race?
I think we were at P28, so we've made up that year.
10th place gain. That's a result to be proud of, and especially finishing off a 24-hour race. Not everyone can say that. So congratulations on the. Well, I want to say congratulations on the result, but not yet. You guys are gonna have to go for another hour. But yeah, congrats on the performance so far, and hopefully the rest of the race goes well as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. Amazing event.
All right, thank you so much.
Cheers,
See you.
thank you.
Yep.
Now, quickly, I have to finish that one off because it's not like I don't like talking to people. I just like looking at low gaps a little bit more. Zempedri currently within 3 seconds of the number 76 Aston Martin out in front. If we're gonna look at the view of the Porsche, we can see them approaching the back straight, and there's one car ahead of them, and that is a number 67 Porsche. That's the car of Balaware, and Angel is currently in P13. They should let Zempedri go, but not without a little bit of a slipstream. He's going to be catching that one, getting a bit of overspeed, and you can see in the distance that is going to be Road jumping away. Once they get out of the slipstream, there he is, that small dot that you can see. That is Road. It's oh so close. Currently just under 4 seconds. They're just gaining and gaining on the previous laps, or on this lap at least. The gap was about 5 seconds. It's dropped down to 4 now, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen on the next few laps.
Yeah, did I miss anything major?
Absolutely nothing happened. One overtake back in I think P33 or P34. I think Sheriff got past one of the other cars. I think they went back to the pits in the previous lap, so that was an overtake that has been replaced back. And otherwise, no real contact, no incidents, no crashes, no nothing. As the Zempedri is into the pits and Road right in front of him as well, and we're going into the final stint. And this is a real nail biter.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about who can nail the stop. Then, also they got to get on the jacks pretty much dead perfect. Otherwise, they will be set back by the crew. So both of them need to nail the tracks, and if one of them, especially if Road messes up the pit stop, then it could be Zempedri through.
Looks like a banger on for Road. He has stopped. It's clean on it. Zempedri right ahead is going to stop as well. One mistake and it's over. He has stopped. And also looks to be a banger one. And now it's going to be the race to see which one of the pit crews can fix the car, refuel, and get new tires on first. Or at least faster, because Road's going to be first as he stopped earlier on. And that's a proper view. We're going to see one car jumping right in between that. That appears to be the Wildner in the 24 McLaren. That's the car from the back markers that they just passed with the massive damage, and Road is off. Road is gone. It's 32 seconds of a pit stop. The battery is still stationary as Road's taking the final stint. And for the 258 car, it is Cardinal in the pits as he's going to go leave the pits. 2 seconds loss in the pits. It's not Bauman, it's Cardinal, the driver that has performed so well in the race before. I've seen him do absolutely crazy stuff. It's about 3.5 seconds that he has to make up now on that final bit. That means that their entry and their exit of the pit was a lot better, because there was a 2 second difference in between Road and Zempedri on the time stopped. but Cardinal's now taken it away, and the gap is 3.5 seconds, which means that Zempedro did a great job stopping it, and Cardinal did a great job at leaving. They just gained a little bit of time, even though they had a slower stop.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely incredible. You know, we've got just past the 1 hour mark now, so the final hour of this 24-hour, and it's the gap for the lead is 3 seconds. I mean, it's going to be a really close one.
I am so excited for this one. I think even the admins are now going into a watch party. They're going to be watching this as well. So all the stewards and all the admins, thank you guys so much for allowing us to broadcast this and to get everything rolling, to set up the event, and of course all the quick stewarding that has been done live to make sure that everyone's got the right angle and got the right view. As I think we're going to watch nothing more than these two drivers for the next hour until the end, as Cardinal's now on his way to lead this race. Just 3.5 seconds what he needs, but that's the gap. That's what he needs to approach. Then there's also the overtaking business, which is oh so difficult in the north section, in the north loop. But on the back straight, it is so easy to just duck in the slipstream, get side by side, take the inside line, because you want to defend for the final chicanes. You want to go towards the right side of the straight, but having the inside line on the left hand side is just a tiny bit better. So it's a gamble basically on the back straight what you want to do, and it's only 1 hour left, less than an hour, until we find out who takes the checkered flag first.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, I'm starting to bite my nails and kick my feet a little bit, because you know, one small mistake from Road and Zebreedy's there, you know, Cardinal's there, sorry. So it's like, you know, it's so close, and also we know these two have incredible pace. And well, both of them really, even no matter the finishing result today, after the final 57 minutes of this race, these two definitely deserve to be on the podium.
And yeah, according to the calculations, currently they're about 2/200ths of a second on average per lap difference between these two cars. And I know that's a weird saying, because it's always an average, and it's always going to be close when you're close. But after 21 hours and 3 minutes. It's only a gap of 3 seconds between the car that started in second place and the car that qualified in fourth but started in 19th place. And Cardinal is going to do an absolute amazing job in this final stint, and Road is going to do the exact same thing on his. And I just cannot wait to see what's going to be the exit of this one. And I hope all the back markers in between are not going to interfere. The 505 car is next on the track, but the first one after that is the 67 car, and the gap to that car is about 40 seconds, even worse. It's about a minute before Road hits the 67 car of Angel, and the Porsche currently moving towards the second half of the North Loop. So there's going to be a long time before they hit any big back markers. So this can cleanly be a battle of the two greatest of today's race.
Yeah, I mean, after 24 hours of this race, we've done 23 hours of broadcast. I'm not sure how many hours were actually commentated, but still, we did a fair few, and it's all led down to this now. And the gap just heading into the 2.9 now. A little bit of a mistake, actually, from Cardinal there, and a little bit too much of the grass, but it needs to calm it down. Just, put it on autopilot a little bit, just try catch up.
I'm looking at Road currently while you're looking at Cardinal, and I've got the TV1 camera set on, which is the more cinematic views. And every single time I see Road cross a corner, and right before the camera snaps away, bam, there's Cardinal inside. It gets so close towards the end here, and I don't know what I want more. Do I want the 258 to have the redemption and win this race starting from 19th after a 15-place grid drop? Or do I want Road to win with the 76 Aston after an amazing qualifying, a great start, being consistent, and also being my prediction for the start of this race? I don't know which one I want more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. So my prediction was the 701 SimHaven car, currently in P9. It's done a fantastic recovery to get that car back on P9, of course. But obviously, this is our main focus now. Is these two cars, and yeah, just like you saw just a minute ago, you can see Road. In the distance of this interior cam of Cardinal's car, so the pressure is on.
I'm going to encourage you to quickly read the lounge and read what was said about P1 and P2. I'm not going to say it out loud, because then it will happen, as commentator's curse has caught me off guard a few times in this race, and I don't want that to happen again. but I do encourage you to read it. 2.3, 2.4 seconds now is the gap between Cardinal and Road as they're heading into the carousel. It's so close between the two. I can see one exiting and the other one right after. It's 2.3 seconds is the gap. Small mistake from Road on that bit right there leading up to the carousel, and it's getting closer and closer. You've rejoined right on time, and 2.5 seconds, man. It's nerve-wracking. The only thing I can look at is the gap towards Road from Cardinal. This is absolutely a joy to watch.
Yeah, oh my god. I'm going to stand a little bit longer on this cinematic camera because I think it really shows the beauty of this battle. We'll actually go on board with the Road, so we'll see a little bit more of Cardinal in the background. But yeah, my god, this is getting oh so close.
Yeah, and the only thing I want really, I was talking about the fact that I wanted I wanted one or the other to win, but what I want mostly is just a clean battle between the two. The gap has just dropped below 2 seconds for a split second. This is getting closer and closer as we have 53 minutes remaining. It feels like the final lap of 2020. No, it's not that bad, but it feels like the final lap of the race already. And considering it's a 24-hour race, the final hour does feel like the final lap of the race. And with the gap that's this small after such a big race, such a long time, it's only the difference right now between Road, the driver that started and has been doing a few stints already, including the last one in a row, that's basically already used to the track, into the rhythm, and knows the conditions and can send it. And the difference with Cardinal being thrown into the car after Zempedri gave the car to him for that final stint and is now refreshed and has to come to terms with the track for a little bit. And there they are. It's so close, heading off to the second carousel. Now the final corners onto the back straight, and I'm gonna. It's not gonna be the slipstream for now, as it's only 2 second gap. It's usually within the second that the slipstream gets activated. But we do see Angel in the 67 car into the pits now, and a few cars up ahead as well. It's just a 505 car that's out on track, but the 3 back markers in front of them are all going into the pits and seemingly to let these guys go as well. So they're all going to stop, and I don't know if that's with the purpose of letting these guys through, but they might just.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting close now. You can just see from this wing cam, you can see the headlights of that Porsche in the background, and yeah, I mean, I know Road obviously has already done an hour of the stint. He's doing the double stint to the end. Obviously, he has a little bit more experience with the conditions than Cardinal at the moment, but obviously Cardinal wasn't that long ago in the car. Of course, the conditions have changed quite a bit. The track is a lot hotter. The sun has sort of come through the clouds now, and the gap is getting shorter and shorter. And I don't know, I think we might see a little bit of side-by-side action before the end of the race even.
I did say there's 3 cars stopping, but it wasn't to let these guys through. They're all back into racing again. Everyone ahead currently, neither of them are all are in the same race. The only 2 that are about a minute ahead, as Sheriff in the 626 and Kosoboon in the 313 BMWs for P33. Everyone else ahead is just the back markers. They're going to have to fight through a couple of them before they reach clean air once more. If you see in the minimap, that is going to take the entire and then they're going to go into the north loop and then find out what the rest of the guys are doing. But currently, it looks like Road still with a small advantage on this lap. But the previous one, a 9-minute 8.440 for Road and a 9-minute 6.680 for Cardinal. And I don't know, that might have been the fastest lap, just an invalid one. So that didn't count, but also it's not red on my end. Oh, never mind, that's 9 minutes. I'm stupid. I'm absolutely blind. Those were their out laps. This is now their first time laps, but still, we've seen a lot of lap times in the 9-minute 9s and the 9-minute 10s on out laps. So having a 9-minute 6 on your out lap is already insane. So I think this lap, if he keeps this up, it might just be an 8-minute 6.
Yeah, Mike, we could be saying some crazy lap times. So you can see the gap, 1.6 seconds side from Cardinal. Coming through, you see the blue flag getting out of the way nicely. Does not want to interfere with this battle at all. But yeah, gap 1.7 seconds now. You can see how close. My God, Cardinal got close to that barrier, and yeah, he's really pushing.
This is 2 drivers on their absolute limits, and it's just a joy to watch. Looking at Road now on the cinematic cameras, he doesn't even need to be in corners for me to look at Cardinal. He's it's so close, 1.5 seconds between the top 2 guys, and it's been a while since they've been this close. Well, it's been in the pits that they've been this close, but on track They haven't
Não,
been
mas
this
a
close
temperatura não
since,
baixou.
since the change
A
of
temperatura
lead
está a
that we saw,
aumentar, meu. Deixa estar,
earlier
mas é
on.
isso como
I
está.
feel like that happened during the night or somewhere else early in this
Já me
morning.
diz a seguir novamente. Era
Didn't really get all
25.2,
of that, but I think it
25.4,
happened
não
in the
era?
night where the 258 car lost the lead, but 1.3 seconds now. Cardinal is gaining very, very hard already. Half a second on this lap.
Então vais tirar é
yeah, from
0.2
the rear
da
of
0.2 da
Road's
cada um.
car, the SimRC team of Road, the 76 Aston Martin, is fighting for his life. The Cardinal,
E em termos
just
de
a
gota,
bit too quick, is catching up very, very rapidly.
Yeah, my God, my heart is pounding. This is, I mean, I've never really commentated a 24-hour race before, but after 23 hours of commentating or just doing streaming in general, this is definitely going to be worth it because my God, these guys are close.
Yeah, I know that at the start of the race, I did the first few hours, and I was like, "Damn, I don't want to do this ever again." As North is going into the pits before everyone else, Sarah gets the place, but should give it back after they have stopped as well. But I remember after the first 2 hours being absolutely demolished, being exhausted, and thinking, "I gotta do this for the rest of the race." Having an hour break, then another 2 hours, and thinking, "Damn, I can't do this for that much longer." And I'm waking up this morning in an hour feeling like 15 minutes. And right now, we've been going for a few hours already in a row. And this just revitalizes everything. It's like you said, it's so worth it to broadcast this race for 23 hours. And in the final hour, the final 45 minutes, having such a small gap between the top two runners. This is everything I needed. Like I said, I don't know if I want the 76 car to win or the 258 car to win, but what I do want is just clean racing route between the two, and that's what it's leading up to be.
Yeah, definitely. The gap now 1.6 seconds, so it's staying steady at the moment in this part of the track. We know from earlier today, Cardinal was a lot quicker in the first sector than anywhere else really on the track, but at the moment, Road is trying to settle in, trying to stay ahead at the moment, but it's very hard to that Porsche is using all of the track limits to try and catch up to that Aston Martin.
Yeah, speaking of track limits, we don't want them to go over too much because then you get a penalty. We've seen a few drive-throughs being picked up by various teams and various drivers on the track on the grid already. Yeah, some of them gaining a drive-through. Most of the drive-throughs being gained through speeding in the pit lane, but some of them I think might have gotten some track limits warnings. Of course, you can't go over too far because then you'll hit the grass. But as you said as well before, Cardinal being extremely fast in the GP track in the first half of the first sector of the North Loop, and now just slowly dropping back a tiny bit in terms of the catching rate. Still 1.8 seconds between the two leaders, and we're just gonna have to wait and see to the back straight where that Porsche can go. The car's got a lot of acceleration out of certain corners, so an overtake on the back straight is not really one that's too far out of the books.
No, definitely. Yeah, you just mentioned the gap did go up a little bit, so maybe Cardinal just holding back just for a little bit now. And obviously, he's still got 45 minutes left of this race, so still plenty of time to make the overtake, of course. No need to rush it.
I mean, 45 minutes remaining. That's about 5 laps after this one. Like you said, no rush, no need to hurry. And Cardinal knows that he's fast in the first sectors and might be looking to gain the advantage there, get close, and he's absolutely pushing to the limit. Hitting that curb, that very high curb with the side wall of his tires, almost pushing it over there. And using every bit of track, and there he goes again, touching a bit of grass, trying to go as fast as he possibly can. He's pushing way harder from the looks of it compared to Road. He's so far over the lines every now and then. It's just amazing to see. And look at the gap from the view of Cardinal. It's so close to be able to reach it. 1.8 seconds the gap now at the end of the second part of the North Loop, which is an achievement for Cardinal because he has been struggling with this part of the track for the past stint. And this is the place where he's got to catch up and maybe get a slight sniff of that slipstream, or else he's going to do that in the later stages of the track. Small jump there as they're heading onto the final corners of the North Loop.
Yeah, exactly that. Obviously, if he even gets a little bit of that slipstream, of course, Aston is a little bit faster in a straight line, but a little bit of slipstream will help him out into the first sector of the racetrack. As we know, he is quite fast there. And also a note from William Pisano, obviously, Cardinal's teammate in the Twitch chat, has just said win or wall. That is the instruction. So he's been told to push flat out now. So 44 minutes left, and he's definitely doing that.
I think the only thing in Cardinal's mind right now is that one clip of the who was it again? There was one driver that said, "I'm gonna put the pedal to the floor, and I'm not going to stop either, until I see the checkered flag or Jesus." So I think Cardinal's going to be having that 1.7 seconds in the back of the long straight. And one little side note from Chris North, who just got out of the car for that pit stop. He just said, "Call me a succulent piece of chicken because I am fried." And I think Cardinal's going to feel that at the end of this stint, and Road even more, because he's under the same pressure as Cardinal is. But he's been having a stint already. This is his second one in a row towards the end of this race. 43.5 minutes remaining. The gap's still 2 seconds. That Aston a bit quicker on the straight line, which is going to help Cardinal in the final bit. Once he does get that slipstream and overtakes, tries to go for an overtake, will get every single bit of speed that Road has as well. And then as soon as they're getting out of the final corners, he should be able to pull away. And with the strength that he has in the first few sectors, Cardinal should have the advantage and maybe pull away a tiny bit at the start of the next few laps. We do currently on the previous lap, Road put in an 8-minute 10.3, whereas Cardinal made an 8-minute 10.1. So 2.5 tenths difference between the two drivers. Now a backmarker 505 car of Nielsen knows what's at stake, jumps out of the way pretty early, and leaves these guys by. Doesn't care about his own race anymore. Knows that P18 is where he's at right now. 2.5 minutes ahead, 4.5 minutes behind. Doesn't care doesn't care if he's gonna lift a little bit to let these guys pass, because this is the race for the lead. Still 2-second gap, 1.8 currently in the braking zone for Cardinal as he's making his way through to maybe catch Road as soon as he can. Trying to make his way up the GT track and up to the North Schleife, up to the North Loop, and see how much of time he can get. This is getting closer and closer every single lap.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, my mic was muted. I forgot about that. No, but yeah, obviously the blue flag drivers they're starting to come across now are getting out of the way, which is good to see, as they don't want that to be interfering with their battle. The next car to be lapped then is the 888. That's a little bit way ahead at the moment. 40 minutes left of racing. The time just seems to be dropping and dropping, and again the laps keep disappearing. Like you said, it's only with 40 minutes of racing, there's only 4 or 5 laps before it's the end of the race, really. So the gap currently at 1.5 seconds as they enter the North Schleife. You can see how close he is. Really, I mean, Road must be feeling the pressure in the moment. He must be all over the mirrors, and by the time that Porsche arrives on the back door of that Aston Martin, it's definitely going to be something.
The gap just dropped down to 1.3 seconds momentarily. This is the part where Cardinal does shine very, very hard. Just heard from Speed in the 505 car that they shouted at their drivers pretty loud to let them go in such a manner. So I do feel like every single backmarker currently knows the battle and knows what's at stake. And you can hear me just laugh in the background. It's just, I'm just going crazy right now. 1.1 seconds is the gap. It's almost turning orange. In our POV, we can see the gaps that are closer than a second, or gaps within a second, turn to orange for our gap. And that's currently what we're looking at. It just jumped to 1.1, and as soon as it hits 0.9, it becomes orange. And that's when we know we need to pay attention to those cars. And, well, attention paying are we doing at the moment, as Jan Smith is currently in the pits with that 697 car for their final stop towards the end of their stint timer. So Jan Smith is going to be giving the car to the next driver, or for that final stint for their car, as Cardinal and Road are going to be fighting this one out. And Paul Sitter is going to be taking home P3 after they finish in this final stint.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. This the gap just seems to drop, and I'm really excited to see how the SimHaven guys handle this. Obviously, they've got the engineers, they've got the people to help Lucas as much as possible. But it's all about managing the pace. I don't know if maybe Road's saving a little bit of the tyres on this stint, so we can maybe have a fight back against Cardinal. But Cardinal seems just to be using all the tyres for the final hour. So come the end, he will lose some of the performance. But if he gets ahead, builds the gap, it won't really matter.
I don't think Cardinal's the only driver using all
Opa,
of the
o gajo
tires.
vai
'Cause
ficar com
Road
1 minuto e tal.
does look to be also a little bit pushing. I mean, 8-minute 10. Those are lap times that we haven't seen in a while. It's a lot of 8-minute 12s, 8-minute 13s that we've seen all throughout the race. And this isn't even halfway through their stint time. They've just been driving for 20 minutes. They still have 40 minutes to go. Usually these times we see towards the end of the stint when they know they have the extra tires and they can start pushing a bit more. But there's no way these two are not both pushing to their absolute limits right now. We saw Cardinal touching a bit of grass and a bit of sand. Cardinal now also a bit squirrely on the exit, a bit unstable, trying to go through every single centimeter of the track that he can get, going absolutely to the limits, taking the white lines. For sure, he's going over the white lines onto the curves every now and then. Gap is 1.1 seconds going onto the uphill into the second part of the Nordschleife, of the North Loop. And it's oh so close. If he keeps this gap, it's going to be another half a second gained on the lap. And then he'll need one more to get into the clutches, because this is the part where he's starting to drop off in that Porsche and where the Aston Martin can shine a little bit more. But if Cardinal can get within the second, he can activate that slipstream, gain the advantage, and start catching even harder, even though this car might not suit this part of the track. And Cardinal will be very, very happy to take suck out of that slipstream.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is the next big part of this race where we'll start to see it all starts to change. Obviously, within that 1 second, slipstream doesn't really take effect until about 0.5 of a second, but you can get a nice toe from about a second. You can see how much of that grass Gardner was using. He was so confident to be flat out through there. But my God, he's not messing around, is he?
Yeah.
Even on the entry there, going into that long right-hander on his way to the carousel, he even touched a bit of grass to maximize the yo-yo effect, the slingshot as it were. If you drive to the right-hand side, you're going to put the load on the left hand, but as soon as you switch to the left, your load switches more, or has to turn more, basically. It's very hard to explain in such a quick manner while I'm also paying attention to this, but yo-yo effect is real. Steer to the right and then steer back to the left to get more pressure on the right-hand side tires, to give them more grip so you can turn a little bit faster. And he was turning it into the right-hand sand, and just as Road was also touching some grass and touching some sand earlier on as well. So Cardinal using that yo-yo effect to the maximum of his ability to just put more pressure on the tires, give it some more grip onto it through the corners, and he's doing that by touching grass. How crazy is that? Gaining grip by touching grass. I know this isn't iRacing, but this is real. This is what we're watching. Touching the grass, then making sure that the grip is activated as soon as you touch the gravel, or touch the tarmac as they are passing the 74 car, the Porsche. We just let them go and went off the track a little bit. We see him trailing a little bit behind there. And the gap is now gone to a second. Are we getting the 0.9? And we are seeing the 0.9. He's just gone within the second. And Cardinal, even though this is not the part where that Porsche is absolutely on its strongest, he is chasing very, very hard. And that's a testament to how fast he is pushing and how hard he is pushing that car.
Yeah, my God. Literally, they do say time flies when you're having fun. And my God, the time has literally depleted. It's almost halfway into this stint, and the final 30 minutes or 36 minutes we got now before the end of this race. And these guys are, you know, like you said, less than a second between each other now as they start to set up for the straight. I don't think he's going to be close enough for a slipstream effect, but he will be enough just to be within, well, in the mirrors range. And down the straight, of course, because the Aston will pull away down the straight. It is natural for it to do so, so don't think that Lucas has activated some sort of speed boost. He hasn't. It's just the natural nature of the Aston Martin. He has got a blue flag ahead of him. Hopefully they get out of the way. That is the Triple Eight, I'm pretty sure. And hopefully next time round we'll see some side-by-side action.
And we just saw Cardinal have a little bit of a slower exit out of the second carousel, but still keeping close to Road as well, dropping back a little bit on that straight. Now, like you said, it's not a speed boost, that's just the Aston Martin. It's a little bit quicker on the straight, but Cardinal did have a better exit out of the final corner, and that's what I was talking about before. If he gets into that slipstream, he's going to gain every single bit of speed that Road has at the moment with that Aston Martin, and the Porsche can just duck into the slipstream with that extra speed from the exit. He's going to be able to catch up soon, right before the end of the back straight. And hopefully we're not going to have a repeat. And that's so close to the barrier from Cardinal. That was millimeters. If we had AWS here, or whatever sponsors Formula One, in terms of that, it's going to say too close, 0 centimeters. He got very, very close to tapping that wall there. The Triple Eight car getting out of the way. And Cardinal now, what a beautiful car to chase down the SimRC car. And this is This is amazing. The storyline of the race as well, starting from P19 after having a 15-place grid drop, now fighting for the lead in the final 5 laps of the race. Like you said, time flies when you're having fun. I'm commentating this like it's the final lap of an hour-long race, and like I said, it feels like the final lap of a race, and it's absolutely flying. And as well as you know, the lap takes 8 minutes, which also helps a little bit because it's less repetitive. You can see more variety as Cardinal's now currently trying to get within that second again, and he has almost succeeded.
Yeah, this is his best part of the track, as we've said many times today. You can see how close they are, and they're literally inseparable at the moment. The gap is 1 second, bound to go into the 0.9. But my God, yeah, Cardinal got really close on the exit of the ring. Yeah, the gap is 0.9 now. You can see Cardinal is not messing around. Obviously, his teammates instruct him. It's flat out, or it's the barrier, and this is exactly what Cardinal is doing now. You can see how quick he is pushing that Porsche. He's literally making that Porsche faster than it probably should be. Like I said, it's a great storyline for this team indeed, and even for Lucas as well. Obviously, getting past the Mustang is no easy feat, no matter what. But these two definitely deserve to win the podium.
And the gap is now smaller than it's ever been. 0.7 seconds, 0.6 is what it's dipping down to into the first corner of the North Loop. This is where Cardinal shines. This is where that Porsche can show its power. Slow speed corners and the acceleration out of them onto the straights, and that's what we're seeing right now. Cardinal onto the North Loop, right behind the road as they're heading on to the first section of the North Slide of the North Loop. And do we see a 0.5? Dare we see a 0.5 in the next few corners? It's currently hovering around 0.6 and 0.7. Currently the slow speed corners with those exits where that Porsche is oh so strong into another slow speed section. It's 0.5. It's currently 0.5 seconds. The helicopter cam is shifting between just showing road for me and then also switching back to Cardinal. That's how close the gap is. 0.4 seconds currently as they're approaching the first fast sector of the North Loop. And this is the part where road can maybe pull away a tiny bit before they reach the next hairpin.
Yeah, my God. The road's really got to rely on the Aston here. I mean, that straight line speed really needs to save him in this second sector of the ring. Obviously, we have seen Cardinal pick up the pace in the final sector as well. So he'll be looking forward to get to that as soon as possible. But yeah, the gap 0.6 of a second. And all Cardinal needs to do is really hold on for as much time as he can in this sector, as the Aston will use its specification, you could say, to pull away.
And there's the middle part of the track coming up now. Fast corners into the Mickey Mouse section, as some drivers like to call it. And Cardinal, this is where he can really shine, get a good exit out of the next turn, and then maybe trying to gain some place. You can see him push all the way, touching a bit of grass on that exit, and still trying to get closer and closer to road as he's pulling away a little bit from that exit. And Cardinal in the 258 Porsche is not able to stick with it from that exit. And like you said, he's got the instruction, the win or the wall. And yeah, it's going to be close road. Now also touching a bit of sand and a touch of bit of grass there. I just had a small screen freeze on my game, and I almost got scared that it started to crash right in this moment. But road is also pushing very, very hard. So Cardinal is not the only one trying to maximize the track and trying to maximize the amount of time. Cardinal there again, all the way over the grass to extend the track and to extend the turning radius of this Porsche as they're heading on to the middle part of the North Loop.
Yeah, my God, like you can see, he definitely knows his stuff and he knows exactly what that Porsche needs. And I don't know, the road's probably really. I think I'm stressing more than these guys are. I think, you know, these guys are so calm and collected at the moment, as they're just pushing flat out, probably on autopilot until they get side by side, of course. But yeah, I mean, my God, these guys are fast.
I don't think there's anything autopiloted about these two guys at this moment. It's so close between the two, and every single bit of brain power is used by these guys to calculate and to think about where am I going to brake, where am I going to put the car, how close can I get. 0.4 seconds at the moment going onto the uphill of the Nordschleife, and maybe this is the part where the Aston's going to lack a little bit and the Porsche can start catching again until we hit the back straight. And that's quite a long part of it. This is the majority of the middle part of the track is where this Porsche can go get in. And that slipstream, that toe that he's been getting that we talked about before, that's what he's getting right now. And it's with that comes a little bit of aero wash. And that's something that you don't want, especially in these fast corners. You need a lot of that aero. Small move there from road, trying to get a little bit wide. These are the corners that are the problems going into the carousel. This time a little bit safer from Cardinal, as he knows that this is not the part where he should be pushing that hard. He should be pushing towards the end of the loop, onto the back of the back straight, and then get close enough and get the speed.
Yeah, it's a big correction from Cardinal then coming through that. I think the air rush taking lots of effect. He's that close now. It's pretty much, it's going to affect him quite a bit, so he needs to be careful when tucked into the slipstream. But as they now head up to the top of the loop then, this is where obviously we saw Cardinal start to improve and start to really make that Porsche shine. The gap 0.9 of a second, and I would imagine by the end of this loop we'll be back in the slipstream for the straight.
It's going to be very, very close, like you said, not just the slipstream, but maybe the toe after a second, because the slipstream really tucks in, and that's a mistake from Cardinal. Keeps it straight, goes back onto the track, loses almost nothing. It's like a few tenths that he's lost. Gonna go and reset real quickly mentally to get it back onto the track, but he's lost about half a second, just over 6 tenths, but he's straight back into pushing. Look at how close he's back onto the sand. He's not scared of anything at this point. He's pushing harder than he's ever pushed before. Another small slide there. He's trying to keep it close to that second to road, and even after such a mistake, I would be scared to death to push a little bit further, but not Cardinal. He is out of his mind. He is speeding everywhere, going off the limits. This is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I've never seen car control like that before. That is, especially to make 2 mistakes while chasing. You know, for the lead of the race, the pressure that must be on, and he's just, you know, brushed it aside if it was nothing. And, you know, he is outside the second now. He's 1.3 seconds behind, but still, like we've seen, it's, you know, it doesn't need to be right now. But actually, I think that's Road made a mistake. Up ahead, as there is a blue flag that has spun, and that's Cardinal all over the grass once again. Still going to get a nice turn in for the second carousel, and yeah, wow.
Cardinal might look a little bit on that exit of the second carousel, because he keeps jumping out of there. That's going to be losing him a bit of time. The gap was exactly 7 tenths on the previous timing line, which was somewhere halfway through the track, I believe. Currently it's 1.3 seconds. So from that incident, he's lost about 6 tenths, which is what he gained on the previous lap. So essentially, it's neutralized back to what it was, and he's just trying to get close again and out of the second now. So no slipstream, no toe. He's going to be losing a bit of time here compared to Road, as that Aston got a little bit more breathing room. 27 minutes, just 4 laps remaining after all of this. I think, if I can calculate this correctly, because there's 8 minutes and 10 seconds around thereabouts into the race. 3 laps would be 26.5 minutes. So we are going to go and cross the line with just about 20 seconds remaining at the end of this race. We're going to see the lap times being pushed in. Road currently with an 8:11.7 and an 8:11.8 for Cardinal. So only 1/10 lost on the previous lap with such a big incident that cost him about 6 tenths. And that's absolutely insane to have that big of that small of a time loss with such a big incident.
Yeah, my God, I was not expecting that whatsoever. But yeah, Jesus, that's great car control. Only to lose a 10th, incredible. Obviously, Cardinal will have to start fighting his way back then. On this lap, obviously, he's got 26 minutes to catch and overtake. Remember, he hasn't. Catching is just one part of the game. Overtaking is the other. So he's got to leave himself at least some of the time to get an overtake going.
I think part of that time loss towards the end was also Cardinal maybe leaving the rig on the back straight and getting a new pair of pants, as the code brown has definitely flown his way onto the grass bit there. But he's done a great and a fantastic job to keep it on the track, or to keep it close to the track at least, and get back onto the grey stuff, onto the asphalt, and on his way back to catching Road up ahead. Gap 1.4 seconds now, 1.3 as they're heading onto the north loop. Already half a second gain from the start finish line. Remember, 1.7 seconds is what the gap was from the start finish line, and onto the next one. We're going to see what the gap is there. But this is the part, of course, where the Porsche really shines, as well as someplace in the middle with all those slow speed corners. The Aston, there's just no way he can fight against that, and Cardinal really pushing to his absolute limit. You see both these drivers touching some grass, touching some sand, slowing down in some places, to just focus on the exits everywhere. Going every single millimeter of the track is being used by these guys, more so by one than the other at some points. Cardinal now almost within the second again, just now on the start of the north loop, and he's going over the grass again. He's absolutely maximizing everything. It shouldn't be possible, but he's doing it. He's defying the laws of ACC.
Yeah, he's definitely pushing the limits at the moment. I would, well, I'm actually lost for words, to be honest, how these guys are, you know, using more than specified track limits and getting away with it and saving the car. I mean, if it's not just Gardner, obviously Rudd is using some of this limits as well. Oh, in the 811s, you know, that is fast. I mean, the only other car doing 811 at the moment is the 137 car, and that's Dobos at the moment. In P4, he's doing 811, obviously. Zoslin's only just got into the car, and last time round, obviously did a 9-minute 06. That was his outlap. He's about to cross the line for his first lap, though, so we can compare the times and how much these guys are losing. Obviously, nothing really. They're 3 minutes ahead of everyone else. So, yeah.
Cardinal dropping back now, seemingly 2.5 seconds now to gap to road, so he has dropped back a tiny bit. Don't know if that was a mistake or something else. I'm not sure, but he's dropped back a tiny bit. Can't count out the number 67 Porsche of Bellawender either, doing an 8-minute 10.737, currently the fastest car out on track in P13. Currently also going to be gaining another place on the 115 car that still has to stop. It takes him about a minute, and the gap behind is about a minute, so the fight for P12 is also not settled yet. We have a little bit of time before we hit that one, but Cardinal now 2.5 seconds behind. Lap is invalidated, so that does show me signs of just having a small mistake earlier on the lap. I'm pretty sure I just barely missed that one on the view to hit the replay as well. So we're unfortunately not able to know what happened there, but he seems to go off the track a tiny bit. Now we can rest up as well for a moment, as Dubs is in the pits, and the 404 car will take back P6.
Yeah, definitely. I might actually add to the intents and go on a quick ad break. It'll be the shorter version of the ad break, don't worry, while we wait for Connell to catch back up. But we'll go back for an ad break, and we'll be back very shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Not a lot has changed at the top then. Cardinal 2.5 seconds behind Road, and yeah, 21 minutes to go then in this race. That's, you know, that's 3 laps, I think. So I think we're pretty much coming to the very end here. Obviously, it's a question can Cardinal catch back up? I mean, he seems to be pushing quite a bit indeed. But yeah, these guys are very much on the limit. Waps, did you find the incident with Cardinal at all?
I did find the incident in the first sector of the North Loop. You have a few slow corners to go over a bridge, and then you have an uphill bit with a right-hand corner.
Yep.
Cardinal made a small mistake, went in too fast and too deep, tried to lift off and scrub off some of the speed. Didn't end up getting enough of that scrubbed off. Went onto the grass and slowed down massively through all of that. As he lost a bit of time, that cost him about a second and a half maybe to Road, who also made a mistake on the same corner, so it might have just cost him a bit more if Road also didn't do anything else. So yeah, that was a small little error on Cardinal's side, but we know that in a few laps time he'll be right back up to the rear.
Yeah, definitely. As the-
45 minutos com um pit
3
stop.
seconds, but we do know that Aston has been better in the more straighty parts of this circuit, of course. Obviously, as they start their way onto the second carousel,
Pois.
they'll be looking. We'll see once again Cardinal jumping out of the second carousel. Not really ideal as such, but we'll never know.
Real, como o puto
See how
João
it
diz.
works out for him. I think 3 seconds is the gap at the
Real.
moment. But another thing I do quickly want to pay attention to is
That's
Warner.
cool.
Warner's pretty much on the back of Dubs.
Yeah, the P7 car in the 404 has just stopped, from what I believe. No, actually, it's Dubs that has just stopped, and I thought it was going to be behind Warner, but it was going to be close in the end. And so currently, a second is the difference between the 404 car and the 176 car. So the SimRC team would like to take home P1 and P6, but it might just be P2 and P7 if they don't watch out.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, great to see there's still more than one very close battle come the end of this race. Obviously got other battles as well. They've got a 47 car, 2.2 seconds behind Zimmerman. And as well, we've got a few other gaps around 11 seconds as well. But yeah, obviously our main battle at the top then, still Road and Cardinal as they keep going. The gap 3.2 seconds, but obviously that's at the end of the straight. So we should start to see that gap start to go down.
And Cardinal had one more small mistake towards the end of the second carousel onto the back straight. Of course, he loses a bit of time on the back straight, but I'm watching the replay now. And going onto the back straight, he's had a small, every single time he goes there onto the second carousel, he has a small little jump that he makes on the exit, which is him trying to go straight on as soon as possible. But it does jump the car up a tiny bit, which causes him to lose a little bit of time from
Foda-se, agora é que deviam estar a começar às 24 horas, não?
And of course, that acceleration of the Porsche compensates for it very nicely.
Estamos em
But it does
décimo.
mean that it's not as fast as it could be, but then also, you know, what is faster? Waiting longer for the throttle, or just adding a small little jump to your race? I think the flare gets him some points anyway.
Yeah, definitely. As we see the other SimRC car then, about to be overtaken by Chris Warner. He did look for a move just a minute ago, and he's still looking for a move on the 176 car. At the moment, very close, literally head to tail. You can see Chris looking everywhere for a move, and yeah, we might even look for a move. The Aston very late to block it off. Chris goes all the way around the outside. As they come towards carousel, they go side by side. Still contact is made. The Aston does push Chris off into the grass, unfortunately, and yes, holds on to that position just for now.
I don't know if the SimRC team is going to be coming away with that skate 3. I think Warner and Warner's team are going to be looking at that. And of course, might just go to the stewards for this one, because it seems like he didn't get enough space.
Não é só no coisa.
The entire time, so.
Imagina que ele podia ter o cheat durante a noite, estás a ver? Porque durante a noite não há tantas pessoas a ver, não há, os stewards não estão aí, se for preciso. E o gajo toca meter, quando teve a chover, toca meter gripe, pimba. É educatável, porque isso, uma volta de avanço do terceiro, tendo em conta que os tempos deles eram muito idênticos, é muita coisa, meu.
Very close to the back of that car, and I'd imagine if I went on board with his wing cam, yeah, you can't even see his car. He's that close. Yeah, he's incredible. Still looking for a move at the moment. Obviously, Warner was doing some fantastic lap times earlier today.
É o seguinte, se há dos gajos, se há gajo que vai chitar para uma cena do LFM, onde está a ser streamado oficialmente e tudo, e são gajos mesmo profissionais,
side by side through the left hand there, and
aqui também o fazem,
and he over the jump, touched a bit of curve, and he does get the position in the end. That's a daring move by Warner, but he does get ahead in the end.
Yeah, fantastic move. We'll have to see what the shoots think of that now that Warner's got through. I'd imagine there'd still be, if there was a penalty to be applied, they'd still apply it. Obviously, it happened quite a while ago, or a few minutes ago, but yeah. We'll let the shooters decide on that one, but still, Warner is now through for P6 then.
One more fight down to P31. That's Zimmerman being attacked by Schruer, the 39 BMW getting attacked by the 47 Ferrari. For P31, I thought the fight for the top was going to be the only one happening, but no, there's fights all over the place, all over the grid, and Schruer now has to watch out because there's a small section coming up where it's very difficult to overtake. I think we're heading onto the carousel where Warner just almost got pushed to the side. And so maybe Schruer can probably hasn't seen it, but might learn from that mistake, or at least from the incident that happened before, and see if he can send it around the outside. Not enough space, a little bit too far behind He's going to stick it behind. No, he does send his nose in. It's the exact same move. Goes a bit
Oh
deep.
my
Blocks it
God.
off from the BMW. He tries to go side by side on the exit. BMW makes contact with the Ferrari, and the BMW still stay in this exact same place. Who are now ahead. And Zimmerman just lets him on through. And that's an overtake done. What a send. Turning
Yeah,
into contact. And then
Jesus.
keeping it on the track. Oh, this carousel is breaking my nerves, man.
I
We're
know.
going to see just another another fight again emerge. Warner's now pulled away, but for P12, Anderson in the 115 car and Bellawender. Anderson just came out of the pits and exited half a second ahead of the number 67 Porsche, and it's going to be close to them for them as they're also heading into the mid part of this track, and the carousel is only a few minutes away.
Yeah, we could see a third time a carousel overtake. But yeah, my God, these guys they're definitely trying to make the moves down in the final 14 minutes. Then, but obviously, to quickly just talk about the top two, Cardinal hasn't really made any progress. Really, the gap is still 2.5 seconds. He's got, roughly, he's got about, well, by the time they finish this lap, it might actually be a lap of racing.
I think it's going to be 2 laps because they're currently. I think they're going to be 3 minutes off of the finish of this lap, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So that means they're going to have about 10 minutes left at the start of the next lap, which means if they do that properly, it's going to be 2 more. And Bellawender currently going side by side with Anderson, going up the hill and doesn't even wait for the carousel. And Bellawender just grabs the position right off and doesn't even have to wait for the carousel to pass. And the Porsche number 67 right on through.
Yeah, not waiting around this time. As like you said, 6-7 up and through them. But yeah, still plenty of battles going on towards the end. And I'm actually really surprised that Zimmerman is sort of dropped off a little bit from the 47 Ferrari.
Julgo que sim.
As they join the little
Tem
train.
39 litros agora, tem gota por 3 voltas.
Of course, but a little train is forming there. But yeah, the gap
Já
is now
fiz conta
starting
com
to
isso.
spread out a little bit more as we head towards the final 12 minutes of this race.
And speaking of gaps that are spreading, Cardinal and P2 still not within those 2 seconds. Might have his confidence shaken a little bit after some previous incidents. He's been pushing so hard, and he can't afford any mistakes now. So otherwise, Rhodes just gonna chill out and not make any mistakes himself. So he's got to slowly grab back at that, because on the previous lap he's lost 1.5 seconds to Road. And the gap that was so small was within, it was 4/10, I think, was the smallest gap that they've got somewhere in the first sector of the North Loop. But Cardinal absolutely crazy for pushing that hard. He still is. It's not over yet. He's going over the lines everywhere, onto the sand even for a tiny bit on that corner, and he's taking all the space that he can get to maybe catch Road back again. 2.2 seconds is the gap, and this is what we're looking at. The fight is back on.
Yeah, maybe listening to our comments a little bit, but yeah, maybe pushing a little bit too hard in the last lap or so. Where he's making more mistakes, but if he calms it down a little bit and puts his head down, I'm sure he will catch up pretty quickly, like he seems to be doing at the moment. He heard the comments that we were saying, and he seems to be getting some time now.
And yeah, 2.5 seconds still between P1 and P2. Just a little bit more. We're going to go onto the second carousel and onto the back straight. And the Aston of Road might just pull away from him a little bit. Small mistake again on the exit of the second carousel onto the grass. And that Porsche is not going to be happy with that, dropping back a few tenths even before reaching the back straight. And I genuinely think that might be over for Cardinal. And Road might just be taken away with it.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps making those kind of mistakes, it really isn't going to help his race, of course. But still, 11 minutes to go then. They'll have 2 more laps of racing by the looks of it. The gap will sleep 2.8 seconds as they come down the straight, but like you say, it's not looking all too particular well for Cardinal at the moment. Road looks like it's pretty steady at the moment, but yeah, I mean, if he keeps pushing, he's going to kill his tyres eventually, and it's just not going to have a fun time coming into the race.
I don't think killing the tires eventually is even going to happen, because 10 minutes remaining. By that time, they're going to be an hour long in their stint. Yes, the tires will be dead, but so will Cardinal's tires. So the Porsche isn't doing much better than the Aston Martin out in first. So it's going to be a tight battle to the end. But I do think that mistake from Cardinal on the previous lap, not on the last one, but the one before that, I think it's going to be over for Cardinal unless Road makes a mistake on this lap.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's looking like pretty much a mistake-free stint for Road so far. So obviously it was pushing when Cardinal was well, he still is pushing, sorry. Not to be mistaken, he isn't pushing. He's setting some great lap times, but obviously maybe being a bit more relieved that Cardinal isn't 4/10 on his bumper.
Yeah, Road with the previous lap an 8:13.2, Cardinal with an 8:12.9, 3/10 advantage for Cardinal on that previous lap, but he needs a bit more than 3/10. He needs about 1.5 seconds if he wants to pass it on the last lap. And then again, it's going to be the last lap onto the back straight if he does catch a second on this lap and then a second on the other one. So it's going to be closer and closer. A bit of sand touched by Road, and this opens it all up again. Cardinal now within 1.5 seconds almost onto the bit where the Porsche just shines. And like I said, it's not over till it's over. Road can make a mistake, and there's the mistake. The grass touch from Road, and it's back into play for Cardinal.
Yeah, my God, what a story this is turning out to be. I mean, like I said, I keep saying it, but we've been streaming for 23 hours and 50 minutes now, and this has definitely been by far the most worth it. We could see an overtake on the last lap of this race.
I mean, 1.5 seconds, 1.4 going to the North Loop, 1.2, 1.1 even for a split second as it goes down back again to 1.1 into the start of this of the North Loop, into the tight technical turns, and this is where we were a few laps ago, just within the second, and this is very crazy because we saw this about 3 laps ago, and then the lap after it was 0.4 seconds in the start, and then Cardinal made a mistake which allowed Road to just pull away. So if this pattern continues, and on the start of the next lap, the final lap, Cardinal is going to be within half a second on the start of the lap. That means that if Cardinal keeps it clean throughout that final lap, he can start catching Road in that final back straight. The gap is now 0.9 seconds. He's within the second. He can sniff that toe. He can sniff that slipstream as they're heading on to the part where Cardinal made a mistake on one of the previous laps by not lifting enough. Did it properly this time around, and he's going to be catching that car ahead in just a moment's time.
Yeah, definitely. I reckon Lucas is definitely feeling the pressure now. I mean, to make a mistake like that quite early on in the lap, and give that advantage he had to Cardinal all the way back, giving it all the way back to Cardinal, has not really helped his race at all whatsoever. We'll have to quickly cut to, I think Zankel's trying to make a move on Dobos actually, which is something I didn't expect. That is the BMW on the McLaren, but we'll have to keep an eye on that as we have to go back to obviously our leaders as quite the important race, but we'll have to cut back to that maybe a bit later on. But yeah, oh my God, this is definitely switched up.
It's madness to the end. I also thought that this was going to be one fight towards the finish line, but Zankel trying to switch it up by being within 4/10 of Dobos. The 137 McLaren definitely being scared a bit of that 206 BMW. I didn't think they'd be up to going to P4, but they've got 6 minutes behind them, so nothing really to worry about. 2 more laps. So yeah, it's a race to the line for 2 teams at this point. 1.1 second for Cardinal. And yeah, like we said before, catching is one thing, passing is another, and the pass has to happen either in the sections where that Porsche just shines in the first sector or on the GP track, or on the back straight where the Aztec can give a slipstream to that Porsche. And if so, that has to happen in the final lap. Because if it happens on this lap, then Road can just do the opposite and overtake back again on the back straight. And so it's a little bit more than just speed or tactics, a lot of mind games as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look how much these guys are pushing. Cardinal all over the grass again. I mean, I don't think that one was intentional, but hasn't lost too much by doing so. But yeah, he's really testing the limits today.
I mean, not just today, it's especially these final few laps as Warner goes into the pits as he loses the place to Dub. So Warner, for some reason, is going back into the box. Doesn't appear to have any damage, not on the edge of his stint timer. Should be able to just finish right as is, but he is going into the pits for no reason. Might just under-fueled, and that would be an issue for him, of course. So yeah, it's gonna be it's a weird one, but Warner 404 car down to 7th place as Zankel has almost dropped out of the second of Dobos for the fight for P4, and Cardinal closing in on that second to Road.
Yeah, definitely both of these drivers on invalidated laps. Obviously a mistake from Road earlier this lap, and obviously Cardinal testing track limits. But a good note actually from one of the viewers is, what are these guys on warnings? Because obviously 24 hours they haven't received a penalty for any track limit warnings as far as I'm aware. But if they've got warnings, then they're gonna be quite careful now.
I also do think that if they're pushing and if they're getting any track limits, it should be on these laps. And, you know, I wonder if they're on 3 track limits. That's Cardinal out of the carousel, and it's going to lose him a lot of time. That's about a second of time lost by dropping out of the carousel, and Road just pulling away with it. Cardinal losing more and more time as they're heading onto a little bit of straight where they can full gas the car. It's about 2 seconds lost, or 1.5 seconds lost for Cardinal by getting out of that carousel, and Road very happy to stay precise within those lines on the carousel. And now Cardinal has only one thing to wish for. That's for Road to make another mistake like he did on the lap before.
Yeah, but obviously he's got to catch and pass on the last lap. That's even if Road makes a mistake, because if things stay as they are, that's quite a hefty gap to catch on the 1 lap.
I agreed with that one right there. Previous lap, 3/10 gained. This lap would have been about a second and a half maybe on time gained. But 2.5 seconds on that final lap. Considering there's still the long straight to go, I don't think Cardinal is going to be having the pace to get to the end of the straight, while also gaining time. Is going to be losing as we speak, and I thought it was going to be so close, and it was so close up until Cardinal making a few too many mistakes. Road also making mistakes, so they're pushing each other very hard. And like you said, both cars on an invalid lap, meaning they went onto the grass and over the limits at least once on this lap. We saw that from Road over the sand, and Cardinal now dropping back to about 2.9 seconds behind the Aston Martin in first place, leading the race basically from lap 4 onwards, with one small stint of giving the lead away to the 258 car, both with small mistakes, one rain, one back marker, and Road now taking the final back straight before starting that final lap. 3 minutes remaining. That's going to be turning out to be about 10 minutes if we also have to include that final lap. 9 minutes actually on the clock now to the finish of this race, and 2.7 seconds is the gap from the lead to P2. And this is going to be the final lap. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Cardinal have got to really hope that Road makes a mistake, but I don't think he'll be catching otherwise, because once the tyres will start to come to the end of their first bit of wear, and then they'll stop to come back. But we're not going to come back into that stage where they come back for a little bit, as we've only got 2 minutes and 30 seconds till the race flag drops. But obviously they've got to do a whole lap after that. So like you said, about 9-10 minutes until this end of this race.
And now the gap's increased to 3.1 seconds. You can see Cardinal in the back there. That's quite a hefty gap on the previous lap. An 8-minute 13.4 for Road, not the fastest he's done, but an 8:13.6 for Cardinal, which means he's lost about 2/10 on that lap. He needs 3.1 seconds from the line to lead Road. 3.1 seconds. That is a lot of time. Cardinal needs to pull an 8-minute 10 out of his ass with the broken tires, with the least amount of fuel that he can get, and possibly being on several track limits already. He cannot make any mistakes.
Yeah, you can see, you can hear the tires squealing under that Porsche. He's really putting him under pressure at the moment. At 2.9, then the gap at the moment has gained a couple tenths in the GP circuit. Obviously, we know Cardinal is faster here anyway. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a close one. It goes a little bit wide, but makes it nice and tidy on the exit. You can see it's sliding underneath him. It's I don't know about this one. I reckon, that Road might just hang on to this.
Yeah, Cardinal needs to make it just over 3 seconds, currently down to 2.8, 2.7 at some point. It's already a few tenths, but that's on the GP track. That's where the Porsche is quick. First part and the last part of the North Loop is also the part where the 258 car can maybe shine a bit more. But the 76 Aston Martin just has the power on the straight, so the middle part of the track, and of course the final straight. It just needs to make it to the second carousel, and Road is going to be done. And one of the back markers jumping out of the way, that is the 777 car of Slump. Also getting out of the way for Cardinal, knows what's at stake, knows that these two are fighting for the victory. They're just gonna leave these guys by as we're going onto the North Loop for the final time alongside Road and Cardinal to finish the SimHaven 24 Hours of Nordschleife in style. 2.3 seconds as they're heading onto the loop.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. I mean, even still from Cardinal to finish P2 after what on earth happened to their car, especially in the night as well, got taken out by a blue flag during the night. And to come back to P2 and to be this close to the leader even after such a good stint, really incredible. Obviously all three of these guys deserve to be on the podium. Obviously Road currently our race leader, Cardinal P2, and as Nottin's in P3, who was on pole originally. So yeah, I mean, I think all three of these guys deserve to be on the podium today.
Definitely, for sure. I mean, starting from pole and then dropping back after a small mistake and just your car not working in your favor on this track, as the checkered flag is out now. So yeah, this is confirmed to be the final lap. Snowtins and his team, the 697 Ford, doing incredibly well to finish on third place, and it's only a matter of time before we find out who wins and who gets second place. But from now on, it's looking to be Road in the Sim RC car for the 76 Aston Martin to take the victory in Cardinal, with the 258 Porsche in second place to take it home, as they're heading on to the small bit where the Aston Martin can shine a bit more, a bit of straight, and the some small bits in the middle where the Porsche, of course, can take some bit more time. So that's what averages out to be a good battle. But I don't think Cardinal is going to be close enough to do anything. If you look at the distance, I don't think you can see that Porsche at all from the view of that Aston.
The gap's around 2.5 seconds now. Obviously, not too much as actually Road getting past the blue flag driver. But yeah, I don't think much Cardinal can do unless, of course, Road makes a mistake. I think that's what he's got to kind of wish for here.
Yeah, definitely. Road has made a mistake on the previous lap at the GP circuit, but for now, the GP track section of his lap has seemed incredibly clean. I do have to give Road props of that. He started the race under immense pressure. He's ending it under immense pressure, and he kept it clean on his first stint, grabbing the lead just by staying out of trouble and staying clean. And now also the same thing happens with the victory now, as Cardinal is just not able to catch up with his Aston Martin going to the halfway mark of this track. Currently 4 minutes in for both drivers. This is about halfway through the circuit, and it does appear that Road has this in the pocket. It's only 6/10 gained by Cardinal in the previous half of the circuit, and it's not going to be better for the second half as we're looking at it.
No, but still, these guys, to even be within 10 seconds of each other at the very end of this race is extremely impressive. I mean, both these teams have worked extremely hard to prepare all of their drivers for a great stint. Obviously, we saw some great night stints and great rain stints from the 258 car, and also saw some great dry stints from Road and the Sim RC team in general. So, I mean, in general, I think both these teams have done absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, totally have to agree with you there. Both of them deserving of that podium, but only one of them deserving that win. I think whoever takes it doesn't deserve it, because if Road does get that win, he deserves it on pure consistency on the lead and just performing under pressure. But if he does make a mistake and Cardinal wins it, it's the resilience, it's the pure power of will that Cardinal has, and the 258 team will also take home. And I think the rest of the Reparto course will also be very happy with Cardinal with this final stint. And Bauman, of course, to lead the charge as well. But I mean, everyone in that team has been doing amazing. I think Pisani, Pisanos, and Pedri also getting a good line, a good few sections of the race, just marking that one off for themselves and doing an amazing job at that. And same goes for the 76 car with Zentner, Reeder, Kraus, and Brown also taking a lot of time in this race and just pulling away from everyone else and trying to keep the lead for as long as possible. So both of these teams very much deserving of the win, but only one can really get it in the end.
Yep, definitely. Like we mentioned before, obviously these two have been pushing each other pretty much for the final hour, neck and neck. So I'm not surprised at all. I think actually Cardinal taking on quite a bit of curve. Yeah, he was, but the gap currently 2 seconds. It has dropped down a bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Because once the Aston gets on that back straight, then it's pretty much game. But yeah, nonetheless, it's been a fantastic race to commentate and watch, of course, and hopefully we'll see some more of this soon.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Of course, Cardinal now just over the line a little bit, touched a bit of sand. I heard it, didn't see it as I was watching on board with Road, but I hear the sand in the distance, and that was Cardinal going over. And like you said, it's just a small bit more until the back carousel and then the back straight, and the Porsche now almost within 2 seconds as well, going onto this section of the track. And yeah, that's a bit more of a mistake from the Porsche, the 258 car, just a bit too greedy now, and wants to push, of course, as he wants to get that win. Because finishing second with a minute gap to P1 is rough, but finishing second with only 3 second gap is even worse in my eyes. in terms of the driver's mentality.
Oh.
This road is currently going onto
There's
the
a
back
spin.
straight, and that's Cardinal. Small spin out of the final carousel.
That's
And
really
that is
unfortunate,
definitely
and
game over.
Yeah, solidified the race result then, but really unfortunate to come up. But you got to give him props to pushing to the very end there when it was looking pretty doubtful. But then Road then on the back straight, halfway down the straight, and obviously has driven a brilliant race.
Yeah, Road now taking the lead, taking the victory. Cardinal, unfortunately, with one small mistake on that carousel, but you can't blame him for pushing until the last second. And that's absolutely crazy. We knew that the little jump was in the car, and we knew that that was a possibility of happening. But yeah, Road absolutely giving it everything for the entire 24 hours. The team of SimRC Endurance by Barmenia. Currently, the number 76 Aston Martin of Lucas Road from start to finish, grabbing every single bit of screen time that they could get over the line to win the 24 hours of Nordschleife hosted by SimHaven and ACM. Checkered flag is out and the lead has been taken. Lucas Road for the victory, and in second place, Cardinal now rounding those final corners, drifting around the final bend. Has to be happy with a P2 to get onto that podium. An amazing performance from the 258 Repardo course team as well.
Yeah, I mean, my God, obviously these two been pushing each other for the final hour for absolutely ages, and obviously their team throughout the entire race. It's been an incredible race to watch, and definitely some plot twists all throughout, of course. And the storyline during this entire story has kept us on our toes for sure.
And then we also have to not forget about our P3 drivers. It's the number 697 Blue Ball Green Hell team with Snowtins and of course the other drivers in the team as well, with John Smith starting, Iverson, Solon and Snowtins of course driving in third place, starting on pole position, losing it out early on, dropping way back, but the recovery has been insane and definitely deserving of stepping on that third step. Currently going through the final bit of the track and going to be aiming for that final carousel on the back and then the back straight and on to the finish line. I see P12 already being already crossing the line. Ballawender had one small moment in the carousel as well on their final lap with a small spin, but they did end up grabbing the checkered flag and staying ahead of the 115 car of Anderson. So we don't have that many moments. We do see the front two runners side by side on their victory lap around the GP track at the moment, as more and more car finishes are coming through.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at these two. I mean, really fantastic race. I mean, not much. I'm quite speechless about the race because obviously it was so close in the end there. But yeah, I mean, it's been to see these two battle it out for the final hour. It's definitely been interesting to watch.
It's been, I think, my favorite race to watch and to commentate. I think. Yeah, it's 100% gotta be the best thing I've seen in racing in a long time. It's the most excited I've been in a while. Road now doing his donuts as he should. Currently out in the back of the GP track. Snowtins now caught behind the 24 McLaren of Greiner in P30 on his way onto the back straight. Knows that it doesn't matter too much anymore. Still tries to pass it on the back straight. One more move towards the back. It is blue flag, but he is still going to make it work. That Ford's engine is a bit too strong, flashing his lights and showing us that he is also done and happy with this race. I mean, of course, you can be more happy with other results, but P3 finish after dropping back a lot is something you can still be very happy with. So the 697 car on its way now to finish this race in P3, the third podium step, and the final driver to solidify that podium is Snowtins, currently the Ford 697, rounding those final two corners and solidifying that result, but also grabbing the fastest lap with an 8 minute 7.595, an insane lap time to do during the race. And there's the checkered flag for them, and position gained up to P3 for Snowtins and his team.
Yep, definitely. That was really impressive in that lap as well. Incredibly impressive. But it's Dobos and with the next driver to cross the line, then but you can see how big that gap was that the leaders had to the rest of the guys, because obviously Nico at the moment is obviously 3 minutes behind. He's only just coming up towards Carousel now. So yeah, let's go show how quick some of these guys were, but yeah, really impressive.
Yeah, it's going to be funny to see as well with everyone crossing the lines as we have the next driver over the line. I believe it's a 701 car from SimHaven, the Sargsian getting that final stint and going over the line now to finish in P9 after starting in third, having an amazing recovery drive. They were down to P26, I think, at some point, or at least somewhere in the mid-20s, and jumped all the way up to P9 again to finish still within the top 10. They said their goal was 9th place, and they made it work. And meanwhile, we see Dubs, the 176 Aston Martin, be the next car to go over the line, P6, as he's going to be moving his way onto the back straight as well. That's the second Sim RC Endurance team. They have taken the victory already, but another P6 in the bag as well for the constructors, for the teams. It's going to be very happy days for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to watch Alex and Nico and the rest of the guys in the second Sim RC car work their way up the field. Of course, they were down in like P20 at some point, I'm pretty sure. And obviously, due to a few stints later, they solidified themselves as a top 10 contender. So huge congratulations to them as they cross the line for P6 now.
And another congratulations goes to the Lexus team, because I have it on paper here. The number 14 Ferrari that has been disqualified, or at least disconnected from the race or left the race, did a total of 116 laps. And I did say from the Lexus, they had maybe enough time to reach the 116 laps and maybe the 117th to gain the position. And look at that. The 78 Lexus has just finished 117 laps, gaining them the place in the standings at the results in the end. And that is exactly perfectly timed and gaining that place from the number 14 car. Yeah. Absolutely amazing stuff to see.
Great to see that some of these drivers obviously continuing to, even though at the very back of the grid, some of these drivers continuing to the very end, because that's what really matters. Obviously finishing the race is still a high feat, of course.
And with the Lexus being the last driver classified, I think, or at least finishing the race, we can count that now. They're down 54 laps, and ahead of that is the Porsche of the number 74 with plus 24 laps, and the 777 BMW with plus 12 laps. We're going to see what the rules say about the prizes, but one of these drivers, one of these teams must most likely get some of those little goodies that have been roaming around in the prizes channel, as Dobos is now with that 137 McLaren on his way to the back straight, and the last car to draw across the line is the number 50 BMW. Still has about a minute to go, so that's how long we can celebrate on the back straight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Kev was weaving across the back straight. You're probably quite happy that this is over, but still P18 for the Velocity Vanguard Racing team. Then a very nice result for them as they cross the line now. Then obviously we were speaking to him a bit earlier on. Yeah, still great to see some of these drivers finish the race. So we'll watch 137 then come across the final corner and come across the line then for P4. It's a great race for them and their team. Obviously, fantastic that they finished, and of course a great result in P4.
Yeah, definitely great for everyone who's come to this race. And actually, I did say the fastest lap was for the 697 car, but it appears that Warner, the pit stop, he gave away one position for that extra stop, and I believe with that he got the fastest lap with a 8 minute 7.187, just 4/10 quicker than Snowtins' team in the 697 car. So Warner did end up getting the fastest lap on the final lap, and that's a great feat as well, as we see a lot of drivers do donuts at the start of the GP track. If we're looking at Zanko here, the 206 car, it's a big group of teams that are trying to do their donuts.
We'll see, but it's 50 then, the last one to cross the line in the Ocean Midnight Tune car as he crosses the line, and that is now officially the race finished. Huge congratulations to everyone, and obviously all our winners today, and of course it's a great race for everyone that finished, of course, as well.
Yeah, thank you guys all so much for following the stream, following the broadcast, and even more so, thank you so much for racing and for joining in on the event. I want to thank you all so much for joining us. I want to thank SimHaven for hosting the event, and ACM, of course, for helping out with the majority of this. And a big shout out to the ACM and the SimHaven crew for doing all the live stewarding that has been done throughout this race. Just an amazing feat from everyone. to get this all up
Peraí,
and
tinha o
running
microfone mutado.
and get
Já
it
tá,
done
caralho, já
Parabéns,
acabou.
meu,
the entire
parabéns,
24
vamos,
hours.
Igualmente, mano.
Server as
Muito
well,
bem, mano.
everyone on the
Estou aqui a
server
almoçar e
side
tenho
doing a
que
great
fazer
job
a
as well to
pausa
keep
para dar os prémios, meu.
the
Parabéns, pá.
game running. So I think
Curso a todos muito
I
bem.
think that's everyone I need
Tivemos
to
ali um
Muito
incidente.
thank for now. And of course, Lily, thank you
Mas
so
eu
much
ali um
for
incidentezinho.
being our eyes and
Foi
ears
o- foi o
on the
péssimo.
track for the
Não,
past
eu
24
também tive um
hours, doing the
incidentezinho.
broadcast and
Foi?
doing the
Foi quanto tempo?
observing also,
só tive
being,
9 segundos
being
da
my buddy here at the
Mano,
commentary
logo
booth.
que no final
Yeah,
estavas
of
para aí a
course, thank
30
you as well
segundos da frente. ou-
being
ou
alongside me, and
pouco.
also
Do
our
McLaren.
friend Spitzlam
Não,
as well,
estava a
and Jack
70.
also joining in
Subiu um bocado.
as well. So obviously it wouldn't be
Yeah,
possible
yeah.
without
Ainda subiu
everyone
um
here
bocadinho.
today.
É
So obviously
tranquilo.
big
Mas
thank you from everyone,
também se fosse
from
tentar
us
ir
in
lá
general.
buscar mais
And,
acima, também era estar
maybe
a
for the final
arriscar.
time, we'll run the
Yeah,
ad
não
roll,
valia a
and then
pena.
we'll
Na
say our
última hora não
goodbyes.
valia a pena. A culpa foi do resto.
E
Estou a brincar. Estou a brincar. Não, mano, eu quero que faças uma coisa. 8 minutos, que é uma volta. Só... Oh, mano, cliquei no botão do mute. 8 minutos são quase 180 segundos. Eu quero que subtraias 480 segundos onde é que nós estamos.
em relação aqui.
Não, 400... na nossa posição.
Já nós
Como é que é,
ficámos em décimo.
Hã? Sim, eu sei. Agora pegas no décimo, pegas no intervalo que temos para o líder e subtrais 480 segundos, que é o tempo que nós perdemos de uma volta.
Ah, nós estávamos para aí umas 7 ou 8 voltas atrás dele. Até
Yeah,
o
yeah.
8, ele lá há bocado estava a dar 4 voltas de avanço ao oitavo, ou o que é que era?
Não, é que era mesmo na boa. Mas imagina o tempo que nós perdemos a primeira volta, estás a ver? Em que posição estaríamos? É quase... É uma volta. Para achar.
Nós ficamos 3 voltas atrás.
Mas tipo em que posição ficaríamos se somasses mais 400 segundos?
Nós não perdemos isso. Nós perdemos muito mais do que
Sim,
isso.
óbvio que perdemos muito mais, mas eu estou a dizer se perdêssemos só isso.
Epá, ficávamos para aí em quinto ou em
All right,
sexto.
now that being
por aí.
said, everyone, thank you all so much for watching for the first half of this
Não, mas a
24-hour
corrida
series.
assim é outra-
Next
é
up, we
outra
have
pica,
the
meu.
24
Do
hours
último
reverse
para
split with
décimo.
Road and Cardinal starting on the
Para
back
décimo.
row as suggested by Harry Goswell, one of
Do último
ACM's
para décimo,
best.
do último para a
We'll be starting
parede,
that in just a few moments' time. As,
Não é Décio Teixeira, é
I'm
Décio
way too tired.
Damas.
I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you all so much for watching.
Ganda história,
I'll see you guys in the SimHaven channels. You can join our Discord. Should be on
Eu ainda
SimHaven.org.
quero
If
ver
you want
essa
to find out more
batida.
about ACM,
Também não vi
I'll let
ainda.
Lily do the talking because I know nothing about ACM.
E deve ter sido uma
as
história
a-
de 2
as a-
minutos,
Vamos
meu.
jogar esse
Eu
ano,
mandei ganda
depois
história foi 20
chegando
segundos.
a-
Olha, o
Start
volante,
talking in the
eu ia a
channels,
conduzir com o
or you
volante
can go to
virado
ACM
simplesmente ao
racing.com
contrário.
and get
Ou
yourself
seja,
signed
ia a
up and join the
mudanças com a
Discord
mão
throughout that
esquerda
as
e a
well.
tirá-las com a mão
Obviously,
direita.
big thank you for everyone for watching.
Olha, Décio, sabes o que é que eu tive o meu acidente? Estás a ver aquela curva que tens a descida, a reta descida e depois sobes, e depois aquela para a esquerda
Sim.
rápida?
Sim.
Imagina, o gajo estava aí bué lento, um BM, e eu ia passá-lo, ia para a esquerda e depois tens logo uma para a direita.
Yeah.
E quando eu ia passar nessa direita, ele só vai contra mim, com tudo.
Eita.
E aí é bem. Partiu-me logo o carro todo.
Então mostra lá esse replay que é para eu ver. Oh,
Então,
Valentim, anda cá.
Olha,
Ele não tem
grava,
carro.
grava vídeo disso
Valentim.
e manda-me.
Onde é que está?
Não sei. Mas tenta gravar aí que eu quero ver o que é que eu... Mesmo assim, era só nono que conseguíamos.
Era nono. Era aquele nono das 24, da primeira 24.
É. Mesmo assim, tivemos uma posição melhor do que a outra 24, ficámos em quê? Quinto? 15º?
Não me lembro, mano. Eu não me lembro disso.
Acho que ficámos em 15º.
Para mim esta foi a segunda 24 seguida. Mano,
Então,
parabéns
mas
ao
querem
seguidor.
querem já começar outra? Foda-se.
Não,
Yeah,
primeira 24, tipo,
há um gajo-
sem parar.
há um
tipo,
Há um gajo que estava a
pautas.
dizer, reverse grid. Agora, começamos já.
Oh! Tá-se?
Era mais uma corrida de recuperação para nós.
Mas que grande a recuperação, digo já.
Foi mesmo?
42 lugares.
Olha, mas sabe quem se comportou melhor nisto tudo foi o servidor.
O servidor impecável. Impecável mesmo.
Primeira vez, primeira corrida. Nada. Primeira corrida do princípio ao fim.
E ninguém captou. Um gajo quase captou durante a noite. Eu vi, estava à nossa frente. O gajo quase captou. Mas não captou. Está fixe. Pois, Juca, depois manda-me isso.
Já eu vou procurar.
Então quer dizer, acabamos em 10º e não ganhámos nada, né?
Mas
Não,
Nem um
não,
prémiozinho de consolação,
não.
nem nada.
Quem ganhou isso foi um Lexus, em princípio. O 74 ou qualquer coisa assim. O gajo ficou tipo P35 ou P34.
Eu queria as meias, caralho.
Então, mas não tens meias em casa?
real. Nem tem
Aquelas
meias
eram
para
de
SimHaven.
borla. Aquelas
Opa,
eram de borla. Real.
Real. Se calhar ainda tinhas de pagar os portos. Real.
pá, mas aquilo eram meias da HyperX.
Caputa.
Real.
Foda-se.
Nossa,
Caralho, eu pensei que ficava mais rápido.
começava a usar o rato com o pé.
É mesmo real.
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 Não, mas boa corrida, meu. Aí, mano, uma 70 da noite eu garanto-vos, mano. Principalmente o meu primeiro, que não baixou, não subi acima de 14, compensou pelo acidente 100%, mano.
Não compensou foi por nos enganar, cabrão.
22 segundos, bro. Se eu dissesse que tinha esse dano, bro, tu querias ser alta F4.
Não. Obviamente que não, mas eu tinha que pôr pressão, né? Porque se eu não pusesse pressão, a malta ia estar mais à vontade. Assim, olha lá, vê lá na totalidade, se não fosse o último acidente do meu irmão, nós tínhamos tido no máximo para uns 25 segundos de damage.
Não,
Na
não,
totalidade.
não,
Menos,
não.
se calhar.
Não. O BM que me estourou o carro todo deu-me 38 segundos.
Espera aí, eu vou almoçar já bem.
Não, foi um BM e foi um Lexus que tipo, eu passei o gajo, chegámos à curva e o gajo só me bateu também.
Olha, já
Quer dizer,
assim um minuto, vá. Tinha sido bom.
yeah.
E foi bom na mesma. A gente portou-se bem.
Mas foi. Próxima é outra? Ou não?
É? Onde é que é a
Próxima é
próxima?
o quê? A próxima é o quê? Temos alguma coisa?
É só o CRF.
Não, o CRF é só para o mês que vem.
Isso mesmo. Não temos mais nada.
Há o menor de 24, pá, o mês que vem, acho eu. Mas, yeah, foi. Quem é que me está a ligar?
Olha, a próxima tese é 26 de outubro, 6 horas de Open Park do CRF. Sei que é. Olha, hoje já há 2 horas e meia de mal de panorama. Ah, já sei qual é que ele estava a falar. Só que esta aqui paga-se.